Okay. Sawa. Wasendi waongee hebu. Angalia. Nicheki. Niangalie. Nikia nikigonga gonga. Unanisikia? Yo, logic now, like, lakini nataka like Ay. Ulimeka pale. Unaweka kitu Mungu. Wow. Alikubaliaje? Wao unafanya job yako. Ng'ombe. Hiyo ni hapa. Yaani alikubali. The job is done. The deal is closed. Oh man. Sasa unafanya. Ndio msa aliposoka. Alikuwa gani sasa? Yes, say it. Yeah.
KCB Cubs, KCA, of course tuko na Blizzard Kiamu, alafu last but not least tuko na UEA, hapo ukipenda Nataka ni passport information. Video itakuwa na panga na picture zinatuma mapema. Tuweke bana na ndio KCB na Presbyterian University. Tafadhali make your way to the KCB Presbyterian University of East Africa. Make your way to the channel, alright? Alafu in the meantime, itakuwa na goodies hapa nataka nipatiana cha kuambia rugby, sawa? Itakuwa na team HELA BET, that is our official sponsor for the tournament. So the meantime tukiendelea na tournament, tutakuwa na break zenye tutakuwa napatia challenges kidogo. Tukigeka registration yapatia manationals hapa za bure. Alafu kwa wale kuenda kuokolea, leo napatiana free coach, sawa sawa? Sote tunapanga na rada. I want to recognize all the teams that are available today to the tournament. Feel appreciated in your power assignment. Let the games continue. We will find you already. So the meantime, I think that again to the Juja. Tunasema the reading mentality, right? The reading mentality. hapa kwa kwetu yangu ya DJ iko na soda moto, kona zote. So tunasema baridi ni mentality. Ama aje DJ? For the reason you support the whole year, get a drink kidogo. Misi ya pompe peleke pia. Kama unasikia joto, tuko na kinywaji baridi. Kama unasikia baridi, tuko na soda moto moto. Alright? Tumalize. Nataka tupandishe kidogo energy. Watu. Presbyterian University of West Africa. We're not winning tonight, huh? Listen, everybody. Yeah. One more time, sir.
Ako nyuma sana bebe, ako nyuma sana.
KCB and the Presbyterian University. So, I believe the man remind you guys courtesy of the people's HELA BET as our main sponsors for this tournament. Alafu tukanabeka zote kwa kuna zote kwa hizo tonina. Kwa hiyo nimekuja baridi na hizo soda moto. Kama joto imekuwa kingi sana kutoka chini. Pia naweza enda tu wewe. Alright? So hapo kwa hiyo tunajibu. You come and refresh yourself. Don't give it for the weekend time. Tunasema hii weekend tunapiga Juja 7 tournament. Courtesy of HELA BET. Kama unapeleka marada to tell you more about HELA BET. I have good news to the merchandises that will be given out. All the merchandises perform a challenge for Instagram. So get ready to run. Get ready to do the games, huh? And of course, get ready for the music guys, huh? That is what we like. DJ Babu. Wow. This is a game of control. Kama kawaida kama hapo ndio tunachukua the last two arrived in the paper. That is a big shout out to Menangai areas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Juja Sevens, and I'll be your commentator. Maro says with an ukipenda sana unasema Yura. Right now underway we have KCB versus Presbyterian University. This will be the match 5 of the day. Sponsors of the day, we have HELA BET as the main sponsors of the tournament. We have Rugby, we'll be covering the media. Hapo upande ya food tuko na pork tamu, so in case uko njaa mazee hapo lunchtime we have pork tamu. Our graphic designer of the week ama of the day is John Box. We have Essence, Essence, we have Nordwave, we have Edelmark, we have Festal, and in case you are thirsty we have Red Bull and AO Imani, and we also have Hansen Advocate LLP. So anything to do with legal matters, unaweza tafuta Hansen. So right now we are almost kicking off game 5 of the day. KCB versus Presbyterian. Stay tuned.
Monte. Rudisha, iko sawa?
Conversion goes wide by Emmanuel Opondo. Try time by KCB. Try scored by Festus Shiasi. Fresh from HSBC. Current scores KCB 5, Presbyterian University 0. Ndo mechi imeanza sasa, watu bado wanafungua mwili. Taking the kickoff is Elvis Namusasi of KCB. Receiving the kickoff is Presbyterian University. A nice kick deep into the territory of Presbyterian University. Tackle by Japolo. Recycling the ball and a kick from Presbyterian University. KCB chasing back. Presbyterian with the ball still. Macha ball nyuma. Emmanuel Opondo dives for the ball. KCB decide to settle. Mama kutuliza game. Olukusi with the pass to Festus Shiasi to Mike Wekesa. Wekesa on the tackle, offloads to Olukusi to Japolo. The Kenya Shujaa co-captain struggling to run, and it's a hit by Japolo. He's taken down. Shiasi on the ball, passes to Namusasi. The flyer decides to take the gap, steps onto the left, decides to go all the way pumping, and it's another tackle, offloads to Festus Shiasi. Will he make it? Shiasi with another try time, Shiasi. Second try of the day, and that's a brace for Festus Shiasi. Awaiting conversion, Emmanuel Opondo taking the conversion. Current scores, KCB 10, Presbyterian 0. And the conversion goes in. That makes KCB 12, Presbyterian 0. Another kickoff. Captaining the KCB side is none other than Elvis Olukusi, jersey 28. Kicking off the game is Elvis Namusasi. Boots it up high for Elvis Olukusi. Does the ball go 10? Oh no, it doesn't. It's a half penalty for Presbyterian University. Start the ball off. Amegwara mpira. Decides to play on the left. Big man with the ball. Passes it off to the Presbyterian jersey number 5. Elvis Namusasi with a tackle. Rack by Presbyterian University. Ball goes off wide. Decides to take a carry. And it's a knock-on by Presbyterian. It's an advantage. Opondo with the ball to Festus Shiasi. Will he make it a hat-trick? Oh, he takes the line. Tackle made. Another offload, but doesn't go to hand. Taken by Presbyterian. There's a rack. Again a dummy. And another loose ball. A lot of loose balls today. Kicked back. Taken again by Emmanuel Opondo. It's a tackle. The ball went forward. It's a knock-on. Scrum for KCB. That's a scrum in a very dangerous area. Giving KCB the advantage and upper hand. Will KCB score the third try from this point? Or will Presbyterian stop them? Let's wait and see. Looks like an easy try, but we wait. Emmanuel Opondo fits the ball. Snipes. Straight to Elvis Namusasi. Namusasi to Austin Sikutwa, and it's an easy walking try by Sikutwa. That makes it try number 3. KCB 17, Presbyterian 0. Emmanuel Opondo with the conversion duties today. Will he slot this one in again? If you look at the body language of Presbyterian University, they seem a little bit cold ni kama bado hawajaamka ama wanashtuka wanacheza na KCB. Because in rare occasions, if you find KCB playing in such tournaments, this is the first time. Ball goes a little bit wide, and that was first half for you. KCB 17, Presbyterian 0.
Monty, please still come.
Hapo najiongelesha bwana.
Chris. Commentation ni ngumu.
And it's half time. Current scores: KCB lead 17, Presbyterian 0. And remember, this is Juja 7th second edition, brought to you by Qua Cougars, HELA the Graveyard. So far, this is game 5, match 5 of the day. KCB playing against Presbyterian University. Now, bila kusahau, we have our sponsors of the tournament and the main sponsors of the tournament. Number 1, we have HELA BET as the main sponsors of the tournament. Number 2, we have the media coverage team. We have Rogue Rugby bringing this game to you live on your YouTube channel while you are seated at home. Number 3, ikifika pale masaa ya mlo, pale ukiwa njaa, tuko na Poktamu, mazee wanakuletea hapo Poktamu. Watakuwa hapo hivyo official food partners. Kuna ugali pork at 250 shillings only kama una plan kukuja. And then we have Mark Fresh Fruits and Juices is the official refreshment partner. If you need to be refreshed, if you need sugars as a player ama as a fan, wejua tuko na Mark Fresh and Fruits, Mark Fresh Fruits and Juices is the official refreshment partner. And then we have Nodwave is the official tech support partner for the live match updates. Kama hauna uwezo wa kuwatch live, ukiingia pale Nodwave utapata hao ndo match partners wetu. And second half is underway. KCB with the kickoff straight to the Presbyterian territory. How wana press juu sana, tuone kama Presbyterian watakuwa able to withstand. We have an advantage for Presbyterian. It's a penalty and they take it quick. Decide to run into the territory. It's a tackle by tackle. The match is underway. Presbyterian wako na mpira hapo. They decide to swing it out wide. KCB defense now ndio wamengangana, wamepanda. Wamesema Presbyterian tunawapandia. It's a loose ball and tackle without the ball. KCB pound on the loose ball. It's Jenkins with the ball. Out to Nderuman. Tunamwita mwenye rugby huyo. Passes it out to Austin Sikutwa. Austin Sikutwa to Levy. Levy back to Jenkins. Jenkins to Jondeman. What does he do? Looking for options. Back to Levy again. Levy dummies the ball. Goes into contact. He's down. Jenkins with the ball. It's a turnover. No, it's a penalty. The tackler did not roll away. It's a penalty for KCB. Presbyterian took the tackle, but the tackler did not roll away and immediately went for the turnover. KCB trying to decide what the call is at the moment. The scrum of number 21, Jenkins Kipruto with the ball. Scratching Pira to Kalito in the dummies, and the dummies again to the ball to Jondeman. Jondeman to Levi Amunga, to the spirits Austin Sikutwa. Amepita mtu mmoja wa pili, racks down the ball. Back to Jenkins again. Jenkins to Ajeliri Lionel. Ajeliti anapandisha, ameamua ku straighten, goes into contact, then taken down. Jondeman and Pira to Levi Amunga. Levi Amunga decides to straighten the ball. And it's the first try for Levi Amunga of the day. And that makes it try number 4 for KCB. And that makes the scoring scores to KCB 22. Jondeman slots the extra 2 points. It's KCB 24, Presbyterian 0.
17 plus 5 ni 22 sindio? Plus 2, 24 0.
Current scores KCB 24, Presbyterian 0. On the farthest here, number 30, we have their weapon ready to pounce on the kickoff. Atafanya vile tumezoea kuona kweli. John the man with the kickoff. Straight to their weapon, and he does what he does next. Ameipatia Austin Sikuto. Will he go all the way? Passes it to Kalito. Amegongana na Lea Jenkins Kipruto. It's an advantage for high tackle for KCB. It's a penalty for KCB. Jenkins with the ball. Ameamua kuichukua quickly, teke into the defense line. Is it a tackle? Yeah, it's try time for Jenkins Kipruto. That makes it try number 5. KCB ameongeza scores, madude sasa zimefika 6. John Deman with the conversion. That takes the game to 29-0. KCB 29. Presbyterian 0. John Deman mzoefu wa hizi ataingiza kweli. And hata tu kidogo tu aingize ifike 31. Current scores KCB 29, Presbyterian 0. Will we see a repeat of that again? Will Onyala pounce on the kickoff again? Let's see that. Relax. Adi? Again, John Deman locks eyes with Onyala. Will he do it again? It goes a little bit short. It's a knock on. Amona mbele akaona ni Simba, akasema si lazima nishike mpira. The ball back to John Deman. John Deman out wide to Levia Munga takes it ball. And it's a switch to Lionel Agility. Agility beats one to Jenkins. Kipruto taken down. It's a rack back to KCB. Onyala with the ball. Locks eyes with Levia Munga. It's a switch. And what does he do? Goes into contact, taken down. Back to John Deman to Jenkins Kipruto to Austin Sikuto. Will he go all the way? Passes it out to Kalito. Kalito does the easy job and finishes it with a wonderful try at the corner. Taking the current scores to 34. KCB 34. Presbyterian 0. John Deman with yet another challenging conversion. Atatuone umaarufu wake uko wapi sasa. Takes his time. And he doesn't slot the extra 2 points, leaving the scores at KCB 34. 29. Wametinga mbili sasa tiketi 34. Current scores KCB 34. Presbyterian 0. Looks or seems to be a one-sided match. KCB ni kickoff na kutinga. John Deman decides to go short in the middle. It's a knock-on ball to Jenkins Kipruto back to John Deman. John Deman to Levia Munga decides to go into contact, and it's a rack. Ball back for KCB, recycling the ball to Jenkins Kipruto, showing off his football skills to Kalito, who decides to take it into contact yet again. Ball again to Agility to their weapon back to Festus Simadi. And it's a late switch, and it's a knock-on for KCB. And that's full time for you. KCB win the match by a big margin. KCB 34, Presbyterian 0. That was a one-sided match. Seems like Presbyterian waliamua mtu yangu tunacheza na Shujaa hapo itakuwa noma, tumalize tu dimba, lakini zisijai kidogo zijai. Full time scores KCB 34, Presbyterian 0. Underway we have Stallions versus Mueni. This promises to be a very interesting and enticing match for you guys. And moving on, if you want to have any updates regarding the game, you can log into Nodwave. It is the official tech support partner for live matches today. And our official traveling partners for the day is Beyond Borders Expedition. Wewe ukifika hapo gate ya JKUAT, ulizia Beyond Borders wako wapi, watakufikisha all the way hadi ground.
Kuna WhatsApp? Kuna link nataka nikutumie. washa scores.
Natamani mazeji unangana kupiga hesabu 03 na pia 160 117.
That's a good kick off boy. Mueni.
Pia wako na mwingine amefika sasa hivi.
Mueni.
Just a minute.
Oh la 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 la. Simnitafutie commentator.
Tuna commentator.
Hamna mtu anaweza commentate.
So si sahi Stallions na
Wewe game imejesha hivi.
Imeshaje?
34-0. This course wamekuwa kiupdate vitu wrong. Hata game yetu hiyo nimekuwa hapa nikisema vitu za hizi. Nimefika 34.
Game yenu?
Game yetu ilikuwa 24 ilikuwa 24. Yes, it takes. Hii KCB imesha 34. Sawa, acha. Enda angalia kwa table.
Sasa issue msana update ako hapo kwa table. So unashangaa
Kalito ametinga Smart ametinga madude zimetinga hapa kabisa. Goes off the leg. Stallions with the ball, decide to take contact. It's a knock-on. Very unnecessary thing to do. Ball back to Mueni, and the ball goes back yet again. Stallions decide to pound on the loose ball. It's an advantage for the earlier knock-on by Stallions. Ball back to the middle. It's a scrum for Mueni. Sawa. Na unajua pia ingekuwa easy kwa na team list pia watu and it's a scrum for Mueni. Feed the ball into the scrum. They decide the scrum half doesn't see where his fly-off goes and decides to go in alone. And it's a knock-on, another loose ball. Advantage to Stallions. They decide to kick the ball. The ball. Sasa mpira iko na Mueni, fumbles with the ball, doesn't have support. Anatuonyesha skills zake, ako nazo 2-3. It's a step for Mueni. Goes into contact yet again. It's a turnover. Another loose ball, and it's an advantage. Penalty to Mueni for playing on ground. Decides to take the ball quick. Another advantage for being offside. Ikiendelea hivi sasa kuna mtu atakula kadi hapa. Mueni decide to go quick yet again to the winger on the other end, who is very fast, and Mueni all the way to the middle for their first try. Mueni 5, Stallions 0. Monte kazi ni ngumu. Nishaishiwa na mate kwa mdomo. Nikupo endelee. Nafaa kuruka hapa. Mango. It's a conversion for Mueni, taking the scores to Mueni 7, Stallions 0. Mango. Wezi commentate kirekodi. Ndoi. This is multitask. Mazeshika. Mango ndo hii. Mango. Checking the kickoff is Mueni, and they decide to go deep into the territory of Stallions. Ball taken in well. And Chris hapa atakupatia idea smart. Chris umsaidie venye atashikilia hii mic akipiga hapo recording yake. Shika mimi na
stream kwa page yenu.
Sasa hata sasa kitu moto. Kuna venye inaweza unaona
kama telikini ilikuwa
ilikuwa 1 ilikuwa 400 ama 500 ile 1 GB vizuri unaona mpaka jasho ya player
Unaona 20 games 5 minutes.
No, that was 7. Ilianza 1:30. Zimekuwa hivyo, I think. But pia marefu wana blitz. It's more of a running clock. Vile inaka because kama ungekuwa na stop games zingekuwa 7 minutes 7:15. Normally zilikuwa 9 minutes 10. So I think wana blitz pia ku catch up. Sima ikinao vile nitaishikilia ndio nafikiria. Kommente sio shida. Lakini sasa wewe uingie uwanja, ukuje ushike mic, mate imeisha alafu uko hapo unaita ball, ndio imekauka, utaganda. Utaganda.
hapo nipandaje mwana?
Hapo unapanda via tire. Like nilipanda na hapa, alafu ndo nikapanda. Kwa sababu nilipanda kabla hao setup.
Sasa itabidi nilifting yangu inashangaza. Nenda kushikilia. Kuna kilo.
Nimekonda. Hii mic nitaishikaje? Ndio nataka kujua.
Uko stable?
Niko stable. Kwa unapanda sahihi kabla recording yangu ndio usishike. Meanwhile, sasa kwa unaweza reach your mic. Azini pass, utajua vile nitawaka nayo. I have an idea. Sinaona ndio nimefikiria, but iko kwa fichio guys, which is an unstable movement. Tricky. Acha tunachukua sele game imesimama. Ama che, unaweza kusumbua? Kuna microphone iko hapa. Unaweza pasia umse?
Balance. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Juja Sevens 2026. I will be your commentator from now, running David Mango here on the microphone, also working on camera alongside the pitch. On the field right now is Mueni Ravens versus the KCB Stallions. Mueni ahead, and this is the second half. As you can see, Stallions trying to spread the ball. It is a bit of a damp field today, and thus the damp ball getting a bit difficult to hold in open space for the Stallions. Mueni so far piling pressure, keeping the Stallions alert in their own half. We had a try from Dennis Uduru Mueni, and a try from Bruce Bryan, also Mueni. Mueni currently 2 tries ahead of the Stallions, as we have a substitute coming on at halfback off the scrum as Mueni spread the ball through the center of the field. Ball to the wing. They managed to keep it in. Stallions trying to keep the ball up, trying to hold the opponent up, and referee calls it, it's a maul. Of course, some aggressive talk from the Stallions players, and they have it. A scrum from being held up. The cost of carrying the ball high there by Mueni Ravens. Stallions winning the ball
Remember, this is the second edition of the Juja Sevens here at the J Quad Rugby Grounds. We welcome you. It is a cold morning wherever you're watching from here on Rogue Rugby TV. Remember to follow, like, subscribe, comment on the preseason action. Tough bump there. Stallions trying to wrestle the control of the game from the Mueni Ravens. Referee going back for the advantage there. Some defensive pressure from Mueni. Keeping the Stallions offense honest while attacking, not making it easy for them. You can hear the communication on the field. Stallions opt to take the line out, trying to take the meters from a penalty. They'd rather play it deep in the Mueni half. Remember, Mueni are leading with 2 tries to Stallions, having scored none. And now they get a line out in the Mueni 22. Let's see how this works out. A good lift and a catch. And a switch through the center of the field, some contact, some hard running, an offload. Stallions trying to spread the ball, trying to keep the numbers active. But the Mueni defense moving up, halting the attack. Another chance to test the defense through the center and straight off the hands. And referee calls it back for an advantage earlier. But it's the final play. Guess we'd say first game for Mueni will be a win. Being the final play, Stallions need to try maybe get something on the board. Remember, in the Juja Sevens, for day 2, it will not be the top 2 of every pool. It will be the top 8, since we have 5 pools in this tournament today, playing the group stages. So the top 8 teams, ranked by both games won and points, will be the ones to proceed to the main cup final. Meanwhile, Mueni piling some pressure. Bruce Brand there trying to get on a kicked ball. Can see Stallions trying to get that. Again, referee now going to his pocket. Going to his pocket there. I believe it's Brian Kinara of Mueni who's gotten a yellow card from the referee. 2 minutes in the naughty chair for him. Stallions now with the 1-man advantage, trying to get points in the last play, trying to at least get something on the board for them. Remember, every point counts when it comes to ranking. Running through the center, the Mueni defense keeping the Stallions attack honest. Not just making it easy, forcing them to have to think, forcing them to have to spread the ball around. Remember, we had this encounter last week at the Met Sevens, and in that game it ended victorious for the Mueni Ravens, 10-7 to them. It's normally a close encounter between these two teams, or rather it has been in preseason. And now they meet at the Juja Sevens, and Mueni leading 10-0 currently within the last play, and some hard defense there to tumble the attacker out of the field. And Mueni Ravens register their first win of the day. A brilliant show there, confident performance. 2 tries in the first half. A victory over the Stallions. And walking onto the field is the Qua Monks with their customary cross leading the way for them. The Monks also being participants in the first edition last year. The Qua Monks taking on Gashier Rugby. As I said earlier, the Qua Monks participants in the inaugural Juja Sevens last year, now coming back for this edition. Looking like one of those fixtures in the day. Qua Monks looking ready for kickoff. Gashier looking a bit lean in the numbers. But it's not the size of the dog, the size of the fight in the dog as usual, or as the saying goes. And we are off, kickoff. Qua Monks setting deep for Gashier to have to play it from inside their own half. A hard hit on defense. More carrying by Gashier. A penalty off the rack, as the referee calls it. Qua Monks defense, the line speed, keeping Gashier deep in their own half, forcing them to play the fast man. And now, a turnover. Referee returns it back to the mark, making sure no ground is stolen. Qua Monks playing off the penalty, trying to build some phases to create the gap, spreading it wide all the way to the end. Some contact, but a good tackle right there. A good tackle by Gashier. Avoiding that try out wide from the Qua Monks. But the Qua Monks get a scrum about 5 meters from the line on the far side of the field. Referee calls the advantage offside there of the scrum, the sweeper. Going too early and again offside. 5 meters from the line for the Qua Monks. And a mistake there on the penalty. Qua Monks just unfortunate. Getting a turnover deep in the Gashier half, getting a scrum, getting a penalty off that scrum, but unfortunately making a mistake when scratching the ball, trying to play the ball quick. Gashier now have a chance to get out of their danger zone. A loose pass, still spreading the ball. Asking some questions of Qua. Qua go for holding up the Gashier attacker. And referee calls it. Qua get the ball back again deep in Gashier's half. Gashier not managing to leave their own half so far. But the Qua Monks also not managing to get any points on the board courtesy of the sustained pressure. But now they have another scrum in the Gashier 22. And they pass the ball and they take it wide, trying to spread that Gashier defense. A hard run there, believed by Hassan Wambani of the Qua Monks, but it's failed, trying to get an offload on. A quick take. And finally, the first points of the game by the Qua Monks. 5 points, spreading the ball wide. Wambani trying to keep the ball in with an offload, resulting in a penalty advantage. A quick take and a run in. Conversion
is short, keeping the score to the Qua Monks 5 and Gashier 0. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rogue Rugby. This is the Juja Sevens 2026, the second edition. Last year's edition had Embu RFC in the final. The Qua Monks were participants, though I believe, not so sure, I believe they either finished, was it 5th place or 7th place? We'll need to confirm that. But they're back this year. Of course, pre-season sevens rugby isn't really that much about getting the win. It's more about getting the systems running for the season. Qua Monks getting the kickoff and then retrieving the ball, running through the defense. A switch to open the gap, and now floodgates open. A tough start for the Qua Monks after sustained pressure, but now 2 tries in 2 minutes. Bang, bang by the Qua Monks, and the conversion as the referee calls the first half 12-0 to the Qua Monks against Gashier. More to come, ladies and gentlemen, more to come. A good morning to you wherever you are. It is a cold, chilly morning here at the JKUAT Cougars Rugby Grounds. We do welcome you to the Juja Sevens 2026. 5 pools, 4 teams, and the top 8 are the ones who proceed to the main cup. As of tomorrow, remember, it's not about number 1 and number 2 in the pool. In this case, it's the top 8 teams. So every single point you concede, every single point you score is important with regards to where you will be in day 2. As for the bottom 3 teams, that will be number 17 to number 20 will not have any action in day 2. But number 9 to number 17 will still have a chance to play in day 2 in what will be the challenger of the Juja Sevens. An addition in comparison to last year, where the rankings and the tournament was played in one day. Crossing the camera right ahead of you are the Mueni Ravens, coming from winning their previous game over the Stallions. A 1-minute break and a reset, and it's 12-0 to the Qua Monks over Gashier. As you said, Gashier looking a bit light in their squad. Think a lean 7 for them. But I do repeat the old adage. It's not about the size of the dog, but the size of the fight in the dog. But in this case, sorry for the interruption, but in this case, seems like the bigger dog is in the lead, with the Qua Monks leading 12-0 over Gashier. Gashier getting the ball. A chance for them to kick deep. Choose to go the shallow route. Qua Monks retrieve the kickoff and spread it quickly to the other side. A rack and a reset on one wing. Qua Monks looking confident, passing the ball from one side to the other. Another phase for the Qua Monks. Players seated deep, hands from side to side. Handling failed there. Hands just failing for them. Some good meters gained from the kickoff, though, with those passes from one wing to the other. First phase, second phase, and a third phase, sadly handling, failing them there. Gashier on the back foot, as they have been across most of the first half. Now in the second half, finally getting a chance to get on the ball with a scrum at the 40-meter line in their own half. Can they pull something to at least reduce the 12-point gap? A poor pass off the back of the scrum there, no follow-through. Bit of confusion by Gashier. An advantage there the referee calls setting the mark, and a scrum. Believe it was another handling error by the Qua Monks from a clearance by Gashier, trying to get themselves out of their own half, trying to relieve the pressure, the sustained pressure that the Qua Monks defense seems to be putting on them. This time referee controlling where the ball goes into the scrum. At least a pass and a boot. One chaser by Gashier trying to pile pressure on the Qua Monks. But some composure. They retrieve the ball. The Monks retrieve the ball. Try to get their attack systems going in. Snipes on the edge. Will he go all the way? No, he's been closed down by the Gashier defenders. A clearance on the rack there. Referee says open ball and play goes on. Gashier retaining possession in some form or fashion. No. Referee there consulting on the play, and yes, coming through the side by Gashier, and the Qua Monks get the ball just at the 22-meter line. Again with their hands, again with swinging the ball, stretching the defense from one side of the field to the other. And they run it in. A simple try. They got the penalty. They decided to take it quick. Spread the ball from one wing to the other. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how easy it is when it comes to sevens. Good hands from one side to the other. And a try. Taking the scores to 17-0 with the conversion missed. Qua Monks doing some substitutes. The score is Qua 17, Gashier 0. Again, I'd like to welcome you this chilly Saturday morning to the Juja Sevens. Remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe, comment on what you think about our stream here on Rogue Rugby. I am your commentator, David Mango. During this day, I will be with you and on the microphone describing the action for you on the field. Meanwhile, on the field is Gashier versus the Qua Monks. Gashier getting a tough fend there, but the defender holds on. Gashier finally getting a reasonable amount of time on the ball, but still not gaining anything. Trying to kick through the defense. And a chase and a bounce, and the bounce is good. And Gashier get their first try of the game. 17-5. Can they close the gap? An odd miss there from right in front of the post. I think the scores remain 17-5. Odd to miss a drop goal from that distance. Then again, it always sounds easy. It's never that easy when it's on the field. The drop miss, the current score, 17-5 to the Qua Monks. Gashier getting a try, but it is the final play as we have had the hooter. They choose to kick off. A bounce fend. A fend and a bounce at the same time. Things you love to see in rugby. Qua Monks having put up a mature performance, 3 tries, 1 converted. And they break the line, leaving the defender on the ground. And a dive by the Qua Monks. That takes the score to Qua Monks 22, Gashier 5. Qua Monks again without spreading the ball, trying to attack the wings. Referee calling time on that conversion, saying it took too long. Final score, Qua Monks 22, Gashier 5. The next game on the field, more of a Nairobi derby in some form. Homeboys rugby taking on the UN Mean Machine. Another set of teams that met last week at the Met Sevens. Now they meet again here at the Juja Sevens. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the J-Quad Rugby Grounds. Join us across the day for lots of rugby, lots of sevens rugby, lots of pre-season rugby. We've had about 6 games so far. I think this being game 7. UN Mean Machine in the blue and white, striped jersey. Homeboys Rugby in a mix of yellow and green and yellow and blue for some. Kickoff taken down by Homeboys Rugby, confident. Hard tackle there. Switch to the center. Homeboys starting on some high tempo. Moving the ball quick. A major fend there to take off the defender. Spreading the ball. Bringing it back to the shorter side. Ball in 2 hands. Seeking the options. Trying to commit the Mean Machine defenders. Runs it towards the blind side again. Quick pick. Homeboys maintaining possession from kickoff. Spreading the ball. Ball went off the feet there of the Homeboys player. Referee says it's okay and the play continues. Spreading the ball again. And rounds the defender. Last man with a solid shoulder. Last man stopping it. Homeboys with the reset. Trying to bring the ball the other side. To spread that Mean Machine defense. But the Machine defense is holding on. While the Homeboys players are holding on to the ball on the ground, and the referee calls a penalty and a turnover to the UN Machine. Slight injury break there. Homeboys controlling the tempo from kickoff, swinging side to side, but the UN Mean Machine, the Machine defense, staying strong, finally getting a turnover deep in their half, in their 22. Slight injury break there called by the referee. Of course, we'll resume with Machine getting their hands on the ball, getting a chance to escape their own half. Before this, we had the Qua Monks versus Gashier. Qua Monks winning that 22-5. And before that, we had the Mueni Ravens take on the Stallions, the KCB Stallions. The Mueni Ravens winning that by 12 points to 0 over the Stallions. On the field, the Homeboys, the DJs taking on varsity side UN Mean Machine. Mean Machine in the blue and white stripes. Homeboys in the mix of green and yellow and black, and in some jerseys a mix of blue and yellow. If you are joining us now, welcome, welcome. Karibu sana, welcome to the Juja Sevens 2026, the second edition. Over here at the J-Quad Rugby Grounds in Juja. You are welcome across the day to join us. Remember, the entrance is free. 5 pools, 4 teams in each pool. And at the end of the day, the top 8 teams are the ones that make it to day 2 to fight for the cup. The teams that will be ranked number 9 to 17 will still have a chance to play in the Challenger. Machine trying to clear the ball with a penalty. Referee giving the option. Machine take the line out, at least relieving the pressure from the own 22. Bit of quick movement, shuffled feet. Disrupted by the Homeboys in the line out. The Machine defense trying to hold the attackers up, but referee calls release, knee on the ground. Homeboys again back to spreading the ball from one side to the other. A switch on one side, a rip through the center, some hard contact there. Trying to test if the defense's shoulders are on, and Homeboys finally over the line for the first try of the game. Homeboys 5, Mean Machine 0. First try of the game. Homeboys with the sustained pressure from kickoff, losing the ball to a turnover at the Mean Machine 22. Machine taking the line out. Homeboys now turning over that line out, spreading the ball one side, a switch to the center of the field, bringing it back to the other side of the field, and a try. A long sequence of play there. But the sustained possession by Homeboys and the failure to capitalize from a line out by the Mean Machine, resulting in a try. 5-0 to the Homeboys. The game after this will be the Menangai Oilers taking on the Blizzards. Menangai Oilers, of course, participating this year in the Juja Sevens for the first time. Machine finally getting a chance to get on the ball. A strong defense to halt the attack. Referee calls a forward pass. Referee calls a forward pass by the Mean Machine. Machine just not finding their footing in this first half. Sustaining some pressure from kickoff. Getting a chance to exit and clear their lines. Getting a chance to play from a line out. But that got turned over. Homeboys seem to be having more control of the game, thus having the lead. Again with the spread. Trying to commit the defense. A switch, but the defender was just there. Referee calls an open ball. Again, they spread to the other side. Just keeping the Mean Machine defenders running left and right. Another reset. The Homeboys seem to be losing ground while resetting. The Machine defense moving up, taking up the meters from them. Bit more aggression from the Mean Machine now. A better show. And they get the turnover. Holding on is the call by the referee. Machine finally getting in the Homeboys half. Trying to spread the ball. Norak there, almost held up, but gets the ball clear. A bit of indecision at the center of the field. Rush defender, but he gets shrugged off. Some contact through the center of the field. Men on the ground, men on the ground. It is a tough sport. The collisions are not always a guarantee that you get up instantly. Oh, and they raise him. They have him in the air. Manages to get the ball free. I think this is the longest period of the Machine keeping the ball. Sustained possession, and they try to go over the line with a kick. The bounce. What will the bounce say? Homeboys manage to clear the ball. Ball goes dead, and that's it for the first half. Scores. Mean Machine 0 and Homeboys 5. Just a solitary try and a missed conversion. So far, Homeboys looking in control in attack, swinging the ball from side to side. Machine finally getting more hands on the ball towards the end of the first half. Seen some good fixtures so far in round one. One minute to reset the instructions, to get the game plan right, to try see if they can change the tempo on the field. Before this, we had the Qua Monks who took on Gashier, won that by 22-5. Before that, we had the Mueni Ravens who took on the KCB Stallions. They won that 12-0. Long list of fixtures across the day. Remember, 5 pools. Each pool has 4 teams. And courtesy of that is the top 8 that will proceed to day 2 in the cup. So every single point you concede, every single point you score matters today. It's not just about winning. A chilly morning at the JQuat Rugby Grounds. We welcome you across the day, today and tomorrow, for some pre-season sevens rugby. As the half comes to an end, referee at the center of the field. Homeboys leading by a solitary try, 5-0 over the Mean Machine. Looks like they've lost, the Homeboys have lost a man to injury. Tough luck and quick recovery as the medics get him off the field. Referee blows his whistle and Homeboys take it close. Poor fielding by the Machine. Homeboys again on the ball. A kick through, a bounce and a catch. Manages to get the ball free and they swing it from one side to the other. Test the defender, tries to run through, an offload on the ground. Scrappy ball there. Referee calls a knock on. By the Homeboys. Homeboys managing to get more of the land, managing to get the territory, playing more inside the Mean Machine half, but it just seems to be harder to get the points, even when the momentum is on their side. Machine, on the other hand, momentum seems to be against them, mainly playing from their own half, trying to get the ball wide, trying to get more of the possession. They spread it from the scrum. A carry. Seems they are tumbled out there. Homeboys defense tumbling out. The Mean Machine winger out of the field. And again, Homeboys get possession. Deep in the Mean Machine half, in the 22 actually. A good chance to execute a good set piece, a good line out throw. Not much trickery, they play at the front of the line. Bad pass there, having to be fielded by the foot, still spreading the ball. Opts to take on his man. Scrappy ruck, and they reset. Homeboys losing some territory there while trying to spread the ball, but still in possession. Keeping the ball in their hands, forming a proper deep, forcing them to pass the ball out wide. Heavy collision in that tackle. A turnover. But a bit of consultation between the referee and his assistant referee. Calls a penalty and the Homeboys take it quick. A loose ball there. Land lost. But they keep possession. An offload off the ground. Homeboys trying to get their second try. Testing the machine defense. Again on that wing. Tries to get past his man. His man says no. Again testing one side of the field. Trying to absorb the defenders to one side of the field. Running through the center, offload through the center. Homeboys sustain possession. Long period of play with possession of the ball. Can they convert it into points? A dummy there. Tackle. The referee calls for the loss of feet with the player who came to rack the ball. Machine finally getting the hands on the ball. Trying to test the man out wide. Can't do it. Snipes it and takes it all the way. Complete with a celebration. Machine finally getting over the line. 5-5. A good drop goal conversion may change the momentum and the scoreboard to their side. Bit of an angle, about 25 to 30 meters out. He looks at it, he launches it and skews it wide. Scores tied. Mean Machine 5, Homeboys Rugby 5. As the hooter goes off for the final play. Topsy-turvy game here. Homeboys getting most of the possession but not converting it into points. Machine finally getting their hands on the ball and managing to get over the line. It's a matter of who manages to get the ball, but it goes out and the referee calls time on the draw. Five at full time. Nothing to split the two sides, but if you have been watching, momentum has been one side and the other. That score will definitely be relevant at the end of the day. A one-try draw. I assume these are the Blizzards getting on the field. Taking on the Menangai Oilers. Menangai Oilers in there. I'd say violet, or rather purple and pink top. The Blizzards in the black and red. I think distinct enough. The unique Kenyan colors of the Kenyan jerseys and Kenyan teams. The Menangai Oilers featuring some big names. Coming to test themselves in pre-season rugby at the JQuat Rugby Grounds, Juja Sevens 2026. We are still in round one. Still have 2 rounds of group stage action. Remember, 5 pools, 4 teams in each, and only 8 teams that will be ranked at the end of day 1 will proceed to the cup. Philip Okeo at the center of the field. Can see Builder Dogeta, James Asanga. Some solid names there, some Simbas, some Kenya under 20. Taking on the Blizzards. One watching the game would already have an image formed as to how the game would go. But this is sevens, anything can happen. Blizzard settling the kickoff. Trying to go wide. Trying to go around. But the Oilers defense managing to tumble the Blizzards out of the field. They get a line out. Hands on the ball and they throw it quick. Okeo at the center, assessing his options. Simple try by the Oilers off the line out. Quickly got their hands on the ball. Quickly got over the line. Oilers 5, Blizzards 0. With the drop goal conversion to come. Okeo gets it and it's 7-0 to the Menangai Oilers. Simple try off the line out. Hands all the way to the other side of the field. Finding the Blizzards defense sleeping. And now they get a chance to kick. Okeo sends it deep. Can hear the frustration on his teammates, but they managed to pile the pressure. Blizzards trying to do something, but nothing can be done there. Man hanged. A very uncomfortable position in there. Very uncomfortable place to be. And the Oilers get it. Blizzards can't play the ball out of the mall. Held up. It may be energy sapping to hold up the attacker, but if it works, you get to win the ball in the opponent's territory, as the Oilers have done with a scrum. Scrum is fed, runs blind, takes some contact, manages to get the knee on the ground. A ruck is formed. The Oilers spread the ball one side to the other. Alvin Cavoli there with a try. Oilers looking efficient. A try off the line out with one phase, a try off the scrum with one phase. Alvin Cavoli with a double. 12-0 to Blizzards. 12-0, sorry, to the Menangai Oilers. The Blizzards conceding without response. Not managing to get the drop goal conversion there. Scores remain 12-0. After this, we'll have the KCB Cubs. They will be taking on the KCA Sparks. Call that the Survey Derby. Two teams close to each other. And the Simba gets on the ball, Builder Dogeta. Taking 3 men to put him down. Oilers looking composed. Blizzards with the line speed, trying to kill their ideas. An offload there. Cavoli with 2 tries. Runs across, committing the men. James Asanga on the ball here. Tries to fend the defender, fends him to the ground, kicks him off. Another fend with James Asanga. Passes it back in. Builder Dogeta, the Simba goes over the line. Another simple try for the Menangai Oilers. James Asanga getting the ball on the wing, fending off one, kicking off a defender, fending off a second. A back pass to Builder Dogeta. And the score is Menangai Oilers 19, Blizzards 0. 2 converted tries, 1 unconverted. 2 tries by Alvin Cavoli. 1 try just now by Builder Dogeta, and the Oilers get to reset. Blizzards 19 points down in the first half. Not looking so good for them. Then again, it is the Menangai Oilers we're talking about. A good kick. Retrieved, but the hands fail him there. Blizzards finally getting on the ball. A tough shoulder there on defense. Referee calls a penalty advantage. Calls the hit high. Blizzards getting a chance to spread the ball again, finally getting more possession. Some mean and raw strength by James Asanga there, carrying the man off the ground with the ball. Steps out, and the referee calls it for the first half. Dominant performance by the Menangai Oilers in the first half, leading 19-0 over the Blizzards. 2 tries by Alvin Cavoli, 1 try by Belda Dogeta. Not looking so good for the Blizzards so far. Then again, it is an underdog story. Pretty much a Division 2 side taking on a Division 1 side. The Menangai Oilers participating for the first time this year in the Juja Sevens. Then again, it is only the second edition of the Juja Sevens. Last year's edition was a one-day tournament, ended in rankings. This year we get 2 days, group stage in day 1, and in day 2 the rankings will decide who will play in the cup and who will play in the challenger. A good morning to you wherever you are joining us here on Rogue Rugby TV. We have a full day of rugby for you. Full day of Sevens pre-season. 5 pools. 4 teams each. Lots of pre-season to be played. And I am your host, or rather your commentator for today, David Mango. Grab a cup of coffee this warm morning. I know the mood in general, sports is all about the FIFA World Cup, but in Kenya, it's all about pre-season sevens. As the national sevens circuit is less than 2 weeks away, or rather 2 weeks to the day. It will kick off at the Prince Lou Sevens in Nakuru. Then head off to Kisumu before shifting to the leg. Meanwhile, on the field, it's the Blizzards kicking off to the Menangai Oilers. The score is 19-0. Loose hands, turning the ball into football. Some loose play here and there. Blizzards managing to settle the ball. Poor hands there. A knock on. And they get punished instantly by the Menangai Oilers. A knock on there resulting in a ball in Menangai Oilers possession, and they get run into the try box. Score 26-0 to the Menangai Oilers. Seems like the writing is on the wall for the Blizzards in this case. Just a start of the second half, but 26 points down. It would be an amazing moment if they were to pull a comeback with 4 tries. Then again, we have to stay realistic. Blizzards barely getting possession of the ball. When they have it, not capitalizing, not spreading the Menangai Oilers defense. The Menangai Oilers being dominant in speed, on attack, off the set piece, both line out and scrum. They have scored off both set pieces so far. And now also scoring from the opponent's area. They kick deep, but the Blizzards kick over the line. Decide it's going to be a game of chasing the ball. Missed boot. Missed boot. The referee seems not to have seen the initial knock on there. Decides the play is to continue. Oilers, Alvin Cavoli taking on his man, taking up the meters. Okeo through the center. Oilers looking composed. Spreading the ball from one side to the other. Running through the center. Beating 1, beating 2, beating 3. Taking down 4. And a pick off the base. And another one for the Menangai Oilers, 31-0 over the Blizzards. KO converts, setting that at 33-0. A big margin. Menangai Oilers, of course, setting the tempo. First game of the day. 33-0 lead. The Oilers not getting the kickoff right this time. Goes straight out and the referee calls a half penalty at the center. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, simple rules. If the ball does not go 10 meters from kickoff, it then becomes a half penalty at the center of the field. Blizzards again with their kicking game, trying to get over the Oilers' defense. A good bounce, and it has worked this time, finally going over the line. The kicking game has worked, finally, for the Blizzards. Taking the score to Menangai Oilers 33, Blizzards 5 with the drop goal conversion to come. Blizzards finally getting one over, but they skew the kick. Scores remain 33 to the Menangai Oilers and 5 to the Blizzards. They've tried and tried again, tried kicking over the first half, tried kicking over the second half. Each one causing them to lose the ball, but finally, in the second half, a kick over the line works for them. They get the kickoff. Referee deems that having to go to the 10. The Blizzards getting more of the ball in the second half now. Bit more confidence, but loose passes there, and the hands just fail them. Poor passing, poor handling. Thought the kick-through try would give them the momentum, but still, the errors by the Blizzards proving the scoreline. And as we have had the hooter, it is the final play by the Menangai Oilers. Confident performance by the Oilers in their first game of the day. Off the base of the scrum. Ball to the wing. Shags off the last man. And a simple try by the Menangai Oilers off the set piece. Oilers looking efficient. Scoring multiple times off the set piece, scoring off the line out, scoring off the scrum. Doesn't matter which side they go, they manage to get over the line. Conversion missed there in the last minute. Taking the score to the Menangai Oilers 38. Blizzards 5, a dominant performance by the Menangai Oilers. First game of the day, getting an easy win over the Blizzards. The KCB Cubs are going in next. KCB teams bringing two teams to the tournament this time round. The KCB Lions also getting a big win in their first game of the day. And now the KCB Cubs. Getting a chance, or am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong. The KCB Cubs are indeed different team. The KCB Lions having a big win in their first game. Now the Cubs get a chance to test themselves up against the KCA Sparks. As I said, you can call that the survey derby. Two teams barely 200 meters apart in training, taking on each other in pre-season sevens rugby. KCA Sparks, of course, prominently a Div 2 side. participants here at the Juja Sevens. KCB actually being the first time participants at the Juja Sevens in this second edition. KCB Cubs, of course, the raft of players, likes of Kevin Ochieng, likes of Isaac Njoroge, and see William Opaka in that squad. Sunday also in for them. The KCA Sparks get us going with the kickoff. The ball is fielded by the Cubs through the center. Tries to fight off his man. A pick off the base there by the Cubs. Sunday picks it. Committing the numbers. Breaks his man. Still going. And an easy try there. A hard run by the KCB Cubs. Breaking one, breaking two. Carrying one over the line. The Cubs setting the precedence. The Sparks conceding there early from kickoff. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us right now here on Rogue Rugby TV, I'd like to thank our main sponsor, HELA BET, betting sponsor and betting partner. Bucks, the designer, for doing all the hype so far of the Juja Sevens, all the posters, all the banners, all the social media visibility. Thank you. Asa Essence, official scent partner. Get yourself smelling good during this Juja Sevens 2026. On the field, KCA finally getting on the ball. The score is 5-0 to the KCB Cubs. Two teams that train so close to each other over at Survey on Thika Road. It is a Thika Road derby. One a Division 2 side, and hands have failed there. Trying to get it on the boot but missing it. Referee brings it back. Ball with Kevin Ochieng there. A key signing by KCB over the last season, coming from the northern suburbs. Played more of a 15 and 14 role and a back three role while he was at the northern suburbs Cubs. Now with the KCB Cubs, playing as a sweeper. Cheeky fellow, that one to watch over the coming years. KCA trying to pile some pressure on the scrum before the ball goes in. A clean put in, and the ball goes out. A switch. And a run through, too easy. Too easy. Clean jerseys, lots of space. Lack of defense there by the KCA Sparks. A second try by the KCB Cubs. This time at the center. An easy conversion to move the scores to 12-0. One from kickoff, one from the scrum. Won't really be surprised if one happens from the lineout at this point. KCB looking lethal from the set piece regardless of what point of the field they are in. Rather the Cubs. Looking more like the development side, some young names. Referee calls it back. Calls offside ahead of kicker. KCA getting a chance to finally play the ball. Keep it running, spread it and pass it wide. Into contact and tumbled out of the field there. KCB take it quick, but the referee brings it back. Says the ball was already dead. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the JQuat grounds for this tournament. Of course, here in Juja, a major fend there by Sunday to take on his man. Physical play so far. Just as he scored his first try, taking out two people from his way. Major fend, but the ball gets stolen on the ground. Sparks getting the ball deep in KCB territory. But referee calls holding on. A quick take by KCB. Has he broken the line? Last man to beat, takes on, tests the shoulder, gets the offload. KCA defending while backpedaling. Some hard work. What will the referee call there? Ask the defender to release. Kevin Ochieng with the dummy. And through. I did warn you about that young man. Dummies at a discount. And the KCA Sparks buy those dummies to let the man through. Third try for the KCB Cubs. 17-0 to the KCB Cubs with the drop goal conversion now over, and that is 19. Sorry. Yep, 19 to the KCB Cubs. KCA just seemingly not getting control of the ball, though getting a chance to play inside the Cubs half. Quick counter. Now they get possession of the ball deep in the half from kickoff. Referee calling to release, knee on the ground. They try spread the ball. The KCB line speed. Putting pressure on KCA, and they choose to put it on the boot. Fielded, beats the first man, beats the second man, passes it, takes it wide. Spreads the ball wide again. And another try by KCB. Taking the score. To KCB 24. KCA 0 with a drop goal conversion to come. Conversion out wide. Missed the first one from this angle. Can he get the second one? Seems to be a tough angle to kick from so far. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the Juja Sevens 2026 here at the JQuat Rugby Grounds. This chilly Saturday. But we'd like to warm it up for you with some pre-season Sevens rugby. We'd like to thank our sponsors. Of course, HELA BET, our main sponsor and betting partner. Asa Essence, our official scent partner. Pork Tamu, our official food partner for those on the ground. Serving pork and chicken along Mombasa, based in Roysambu. Nordwave, our official tech support partner, giving us the live match updates, keeping you updated on the scores. Nordwave, assume the link is on our live. You'll be able to see all the scores so far on their website. First Hub, our official ticketing partner, our event ticketing and marketing. But let that not scare you. It is a free event today, though we do still need structure. And First Hub are the ones making sure that we have structure and the funds are streaming in order. AO Imani Foundation, Youth Empower and Development Partner. Hansen Advocates, our official legal counsel. Beyond Borders, our official travel partners. Mali Yangu, Property Management, and Pulse Bids, our online auction and selling partner. Scores. 26-0. 26-0. No, 24. 24. We're back in the second half. KCB Cubs 24. KCA Sparks 0. The Sparks not managing to get the momentum on their side, but getting the ball. The KCB line speed just pressing them in their half, forcing them to make the errors. Two teams that are not so far apart. Again, both teams based in Survey along Thika Road. Sparks trying to swing the ball. Some indecision at the center of the field, causing the issues, but the referee gives them a chance to take it quick. And they do. A poor offload there. Referee says it's okay. Went back. An offload back in. KCA looking better coming from the half. Maintaining possession, but poor hands again, and they keep losing ground. Something looking like a common theme for the KCA Sparks. KCB getting the turnover. The Cubs getting the turnover, punishing them instantly. And a try. Instant punishment by the KCB Cubs. A try from a KCA error and a conversion. Scores KCB Cubs 31, KCA Sparks 0. Another case of the writing being written on the wall early in the second half. KCB Cubs being dominant so far. Definitely controlling the tempo of the game. 5 tries, 2 converted, 3 converted, 2 unconverted to give us the score of 31. They kick deep and they pile the pressure. KCA managing to field the ball. Loose ball off the base of the rack. Defender manages to get a knee on the ground. KCA again going with a kick over the line, trying to beat that KCB line speed, but KCB feels it. A step to try beat the first man and an offload. And that offload there into KCA hands. And finally KCA getting a chance to go over the line. Looks like the kick to play in the KCB territory actually worked this time. A familiar theme for the underdog teams, even previously. Menangai Oilers versus the Blizzards. They went for the boot over the line and got a score. Just as is the case right now with the KCA Sparks going over the line, playing in the opponent's half. A good conversion. KCB 31. Or rather KCB Cubs 31, KCA Sparks 7. Finally going over the line after lacking possession for most of the first half, bulk of this second half. Now they get a kickoff. Does it go 10? It does, but the hands fail them. Handling error there. The Cubs get on the ball. Beats 1, beats 2. Beats 3. Spreads the ball wide, but it's a pass to the ground. Gathered. And another chance from one side. Takes 2 men down with him in contact. A hard run. KCB spreading the ball. Running. Running. Last man to beat. And over the line. Taking the score to 36-7. Stretching the defense one side, then stretching it the other to score. The Cubs definitely in control of this one. Conversion missed. Scores remain. KCB 36, KCA Sparks 7. If you're joining us right now, remember, like, subscribe, hit that button. Comment on the Juja Sevens. Comment on what you want to see today. Do you have a key player? Do you have a player you'd like to watch today? A player you have your eye on in pre-season Sevens rugby? On the field, So KCB Cubs. Oh, and some contact in the air. Dangerous play there. Referee has to halt it though. Poor contact in the air, bad landing. Putting the man down. I'd like to thank this moment again to thank our sponsors. HELA BET, main sponsor and betting partner. Bucks the designer, of course, in charge of our PR, all the banners, all the posters on social media that you have seen so far, the countdown posters on social media. By Bucks the designer. Asa Essence, our official scent partner for body perfumes, body splashes and colognes. Tamu, our official food partner, serving us pork and chicken here at the JQuat Rugby Grounds. Nodwave, keeping the scores active for you online. If you want to catch up, just click on the link below, Nodwave, to see the action so far. We are still in round 1 of the day. Edenmark, our refreshment partner, giving us fresh juices here at the field for the fans that will join us across the day. Forced substitute there by the KCA Sparks. A double whammy. Getting an injury and getting a yellow card. Losing the player to injury and then having to play as 6 men, since the player that has gotten the injury is the one who has also committed the foul. Remember, in rugby, contact in the air. Grave offense there by the rules. Rather let your man land before getting the hit. Meanwhile, the KCB Cubs, as they have been so far, contact at the center of the field, control of the game, spreading the ball from one wing to the other. Changing direction side by side as we hear the hooter to make this the last play. Spreading the ball through the center, they go. An easy try, 3 phases. Ball goes right, ball goes left. And when it comes back right, simple try through the center. A simple cheat code for Sevens Rugby. KCB taking the score to 41 with a drop goal conversion. An easy one in 43 as the referee calls full time. The KCB Cubs 43, the KCA Sparks 7. Tough fixture there for the KCA Sparks. May have been a derby against their neighbors, but it doesn't mean it would have been easy for them. On the field, the hosts, the JQuat Cougars, coming off their win in the first game over the Mueni Wakanda. They won 5-0. It was a tight fixture that went all the way down to the wire. That 5 points scored in the last minute, an error there by Mueni Wakanda. And now they get back for their second game. Taking on MKU in the second fixture of the game. First game of round 2. We've had 10 games so far, this being game 11 of the day. The hosts, the JQuat Cougars, taking on MKU Thika, or rather it is MKU Thika taking on the JQuat Cougars. Try time. And an arrow celebration in the try box. A 60-meter run into the JQuat Cougars try box there. $7-0 with the conversion. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are streaming here on Rogue Rugby over the JQuat Rugby Grounds. I am your commentator, David Mango. I will be with you across the day. On the field, JKUAT Cougars, MKU. MKU getting a score 7-0 over the JKUAT Cougars. JKUAT Cougars, of course, and Davis Masinga ripping through the goose and over the line. Come on, it's Masinga. What did you expect? Mercurial figure for the JKUAT Cougars over the last 3 or 4 years. A hard runner, being effective, carrying the ball over the line and kicking as he got that drop goal conversion over off the post. Setting the scores level. JKUAT Cougars 7, MKU 7. Game 11, first game of round 2. Today, if you are joining us, we had 10 games just before this. If you want to figure out the scores of those 10 games before this, you can click on the Nordwave link in the comments. As Janai tries to keep the ball in, but they lose possession. MKU not making it easy for the hosts. Collision after collision. Knock on. Ball lost forward there. In contact. The score tied at 7-7. A 60-meter run from kickoff by MKU. A break through 2 defenders by Masinga for the JKUAT Cougars. It's not as easy as it sounds. Pre-season rugby here at the JKUAT Cougars rugby grounds. Remember, you can join us over in Juja at the JKUAT University rugby grounds as JKUAT rip through the center. Off a switch from the scrum. Simple as you like it, like a hot knife through butter. Sweet try by the JKUAT Cougars. Starting by conceding an easy try and scoring 2 easy ones back to back. Masinga with another drop goal conversion. Setting the score. JKUAT Cougars 14, MKU 7. You've seen some good tries off the set piece so far. Menangai is looking efficient off of it previously. The KCB Cubs also looking efficient off the set piece. The KCB Lions looking efficient off the set piece. The set piece proving to be a key weapon today. The scrum and the line-out, it depends on how your team capitalizes it. Meanwhile, MKU having the ball deep in their half. A handoff to beat the defender, ripping the field in 2. Can he beat the last man? Goes down and MKU get a chance to reset. A bouncy ball, but still gets in the hands, losing some ground. Trying to commit the defenders. Swung down and walked over. But the referee spots an error there. MKU take it quick. Ball in 2 hands, looking for the options. Kicks over the line. But kicks it straight out. The meters lost. The possession lost. Poor option there. Especially off an advantage play. Opting to not just kick, but to kick the ball out without taking the meters, without considering if there was somebody running it, especially while being a try down. 14-7, a line out to the JKUAT Cougars as the hooter goes on to call the end of the first half. Can JKUAT get something more on the scoreboard? Out on the wing, a goose, but can't beat the last man, gets taken down. Clear, blatant error there. Referee allows that quick play. Ball on the ground. Defender tries to hold the attacker up. JKUAT Cougars in the sky blue and green sleeves. MKU Titans in the navy blue. JKUAT trying to spread the ball one side. Trying to beat one, but the defender hangs on to the foot. Again. Referee spotting an error in the rack there. MKU. Can they get the draw try in the final play of the first half? Spreading it from side to side. Tries to take on his man and some hard contact there. And the ball tumbles out. One thing remains. It is still rugby. Contact is part of it. Referee takes some consultation from her AR, asking if it's more malicious than it was. And MKU get another chance to get a play that can bring them level. Remember, the JKUAT Cougars have 2 tries in the first half. MKU getting a try from a 60-meter run early in this half. Scores 14-7. First game of the second round. If you're joining us here on Rogue Rugby, poor hands there. Referee calls the end of the first half. If you are joining us, karibu sana, grab a seat. Grab a warm drink this chilly Saturday. We are live on Rogue Rugby. Asante sana for joining us for the 2026 edition, the second edition of the Juja Sevens here at the JKUAT Rugby Grounds, made possible by our able sponsors, HELA BET, who are our main sponsor and our betting partner. Backs the designer, definitely making sure we've been visible over the last few weeks, getting all the posters up. Asa Essence, keeping the vibes and the smells doing good. Our scent partner, body perfumes and splashes and colognes, of course, keeping our game at its top. Pork Tamu, our official food partner here at the JKUAT Rugby Grounds, feeding us pork and chicken across the day for those of you who will be joining us. Nordwave, our tech support partner, with the live scores. If you want to know the scores of all the games, the scores from round 1, the 10 games, from the 5 pools, from the 4 teams in every pool, so much rugby, Nordwave has you covered. Edenmark, our refreshments partner, providing us with fresh juices here at the JKUAT Rugby Grounds. First Hub, our official ticketing partner, ensuring the fans are streaming in properly. The crowd is looking polite so far. Chilly morning, but we are being joined across the day. Remember, last year's edition was a one-day tournament. This year, it is a 2-day tournament. 5 pools, 4 teams, and only the top 8 by ranking will play in the cup in tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the field, the JKUAT Cougars fielding the ball from kickoff, leading 14-7 over MKU, spreading the ball from side to side. JKUAT with the sky blue and green sleeves, MKU with the navy blue. Bit of indecision there. Takes it from the base, tries to run it wide, offloads back in. Spreading, running lines by the JKUAT Cougars. Can they get it out of the rack, reset the play? Hands from one side to the other, trying to spread the defender. Poor hands there. Passing it straight into touch. Some encouragement from teammates. An error's not the end of the game, just the end of the play. Good communication by JKUAT. MKU finally getting a line out just at the halfway line, and JKUAT managing to keep it in. No, the flag is up. Does the referee see it? Center referee informed by the flag of the AR. Masinga trying to keep the ball in by fingertips and a toe. Just didn't work out. Pre-season Sevens rugby for you. Remember, it's just 2 weeks to the National Sevens circuit. and everybody's trying to get tuned. Everybody's trying to test their systems. Is there a player that you have your keen eye on? Is there somebody you're going to want to see during the National 7 circuit? Type it out in the comments. Tell us who you expect to see. Meanwhile, on the field, the JKUAT Cougars trying to get the ball on the ground. Dave Masinga, the remote control so far for the JKUAT Cougars, spreading the ball from one side to the other. Bit of contact there. Testing the shoulders of the MKU defense. The MKU line speed giving JKUAT a bit more options. Not really piling pressure as they swing the ball from one side to the other. Clean hands as they go for the third phase and they break the line. Ball has been put on the boots. Will the bounce agree? And an offload. A kick, a bounce, an offload, and a try at the center of the field for the JKUAT Cougars. Taking the scores to JKUAT 19, MKU 7. The hosts in the second game, having won their first game versus Mueni Wakanda 5-0 in round 1. Now in round 2, showing more dominance after a scrappy start to the day. Dave Masinga with the conversion. 21-7 are the scores as JKUAT make the rolling subs, trying to keep the legs fresh in their second game of the day. MKU also trying to make some subs to keep their legs fresh. So far, so good for JKUAT. Looking in control after a shaky start. They kick it deep. Not settled. Handling error by MKU. Not being able to settle the kickoff knock on there, giving JKUAT the ball, and in come the bomb squad for MKU. 3 subs. 3 subs, 2 forwards, 1 back. Coach clearly seeing the need to have fresher legs in there. Being down by 2 tries, 2 converted tries. It's not over till it's over. Meanwhile, JKUAT feed the scrum. Get the ball through the center. Try take on the first man. Try commit the second man. JKUAT spread the ball one side. A basic theme, spreading the ball one side, bring it the other side. Proper deep. And with the lack of pressure from the MKU defense, JKUAT getting a chance to spread the ball both sides. Taking on 1, 2, crashing over 3 and 4. And a handoff carried to the blind side. We don't know if that was a good option, but they retain possession. Now trying to test the other wing. Spreading the defense one side with carries. A switch on the other side. An offload, but a scrappy one. Knock on there by JKUAT. And full time called by the referee. Scores JKUAT Cougars 21, MKU 7. First game of round 2. We did have 10 games before this in round 1. 2 games per pool, 5 pools, 4 teams each. If you want to keep up with those scores, click on the Nordwave link below. Another chance to thank our sponsors, AO Money Foundation, our youth empowerment and development partner, ensuring that the young boys on the field have a chance to play and represent themselves. Hansen Advocates, official legal counsel of our tournament, ensuring that our players are well represented. Beyond Borders, official travel partner, they have offers on tour services. You can Google Beyond Borders right there. Just open another tab. Don't close this one though. The action is just getting heated up on the field. Black blood and Mueni Wakanda. Mueni Wakanda coming from a loss in the first round, narrow loss, 5-0 to the hosts. A try going in the last minute. Black Blood, on the other hand, coming from a comfortable win in their first game. Of course, they have notable names, the likes of Major Mulongo on the field. Referee hoots. And Mueni gets us off. Fielded by Black Blood. And through the defense line, a bit too easy. Breaks through the tackle. Beats the last man. Too easy from kickoff. A clean 5 by Black Blood, a 60-meter run from kickoff. No response by Wakanda. Bit too easy from kickoff there. But it is the first minute of 14. It's not over. Just need to gather themselves. Conversion to come. And the conversion is good. Black Blood 7, Mueni Wakanda 0. Black Blood in their traditional maroon and black shoulders. Mueni Wakanda in their black and yellow trim. A jersey for sale there by Mueni Wakanda, if you can follow them on their socials. Good jersey, if I may say so myself. Meanwhile, Mueni getting a chance to run the ball. Ian Mulei crashing over the defense line. Castro through the center. Getting a chance to swing the ball one side, but hands failing them. And Black Blood get on the ball again. 2 errors, 2 punishments in quick succession. Black Blood simply punishing Mueni for their errors. An error for not fielding the kickoff, a try, and an error for not having good hands when spreading the ball, a try. Taking the score to Black Blood 14, Mueni Wakanda 0. Not a good start for Wakanda. Mueni needing to at least get something on the board. Remember, it's the second game of the day, having lost the first one to the hosts. Ref judges that not to have gone 10. Black Blood thinking they had retained that from kickoff, but seems not to be the case. On the field, one of our hosts here at Rogue Rugby TV, Derek Masese, playing as sweeper for Black Blood. Mueni again getting a chance to get on the ball. Castro with the change in direction. Ian Mulei gets it. Delivers it to his teammate Kyoko. Can they get it off the rack? Ian Mulei picks it off the base. Castro tries to get something a fend. And he breaks the line. Can he beat 2? But he gets dragged out. I dare say the best play for Mueni Wakanda so far. Finally getting in the Black Blood half. Getting in their 22. Can they keep the play going? Can they keep the momentum on their side? And repair the damage from the 2 errors given early. Referee giving a bit of instructions. Injury break there from the tackle. Doesn't look serious, though men are warming up on the Black Blood bench. Seems to be serious now. Referee calls for the substitute. Black Blood so far getting a win in round 1. Get a second win in round 2. Derek Masese on the ground there, causing the halt. Referee halting the game to ensure that the medical procedures are carried out. Doesn't look serious, no one is limping off. Just seems a bit of welcome to the tournament. I think any rugby player will tell you your first solid hit of the day is not really malicious. It's just a welcome to the day. A line out there. Masese gets on the ball. Mueni managing to get on the ball there. Spread the ball. Castro Diambo spreads the ball to the wing. Now gets it off the rack. Mueni Wakanda 14-0 down. Mike Karani trying to see if he can get some space on the other wing. Some hard contact. They spread from one side to the other, looking for the space, probing. Some hard defense by Black Blood RC, not making it easy for Mueni. Though, handling error there in defense, knocking the ball on while trying to defend or trying to get the ball off the attacking team. A scrum for Mueni. Another set piece in the Black Blood 22. They got a line out. Of course, that didn't work out, resulted in this scrum. Can Wakanda get something on the board? Scrum is nice and low. Lots of force going through the center of that scrum. They managed to get the ball in and spread it. Poor hands there. From scrum to scrum. As we hear the hooter go off, signaling the end of the first half coming. Not such a good half by Mueni. Silly errors resulting in 2 easy tries for Black Blood. But I don't think anyone in Black Blood will be complaining. Leading 14-0, Masese off the base of the rack. And an offload kicked through. What will the bounce say? Mueni opts to kick it dead. That's the first half. $14-0 to Black Blood. Mueni Wakanda going behind early in the first half. Then again, they have 7 minutes to respond. If they went in the first half, they can go in the second half. That's always the saying. Conceding in one half doesn't mean you can't score in the second one. I'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors again. Our main sponsors, HELA BET, for making this possible. Our betting sponsor and betting partner. Asa Essence, our official scent partner for perfumes, body splashes and colognes. Tamu, of course, keeping us fed as our official food partner here at the JQuat Rugby Grounds. Nordwave, our official tech support partner, keeping all our scores up to date online from wherever you are. If you are joining us, this is game 2 of round 2. We had 10 games before this. This on the field right now, Black Blood versus Mueni Wakanda, is game 12 of the day. So if you want to figure out what happened from game 1 to game 11, Nordwave has you covered. Edenmark for us at the field, our official refreshment partner, serving us fresh juices here at the JQuat Rugby Grounds. First Hub, our ticketing partner, making sure the fans are streaming in a safe manner. Remember, that does not keep you out. The event is free. It's a chilly Saturday. No need to spend it indoors. Come and join us here at the JQuat Rugby Grounds in Juja and enjoy some pre-season sevens rugby. The AO Imani Foundation for Youth Empowerment and Development. Hansen Advocates, our legal counsel, making sure that our players, our athletes are well represented. Beyond Borders, our official travel partners and tour services. Mali Yangu Property Management and Co. Online site for landlords and real estate agents to manage your property. Give them a check. Google Mali Yangu and Pulse Bids. Online auction and selling platform. Meanwhile, on the field, second half about to begin. Black blood in their traditional maroon kit. Mueni Wakanda in the black and yellow strip. Second half, Black blood leading 14-0 after some 2 easy tries in the first half. Can Mueni Wakanda reply? And they get us going. They field the kickoff. Beautiful fielding of the kickoff. Get the ball to the ground. Mueni getting a chance. Spread the ball from one side to the other. Poor hands there, but it went back. Castro Diambo here looking for some space. Rush defense there by Masese, trying to put some pressure. Mueni trying to play the ball off the base. Mueni's Elvis, but referee calls a high take. Castro there trying to slow it down. Testing the wing there. Believe that's Peter Muley. But referee says the advantage was not played. Brings it back for penalty. Can Mueni get out of their half? Something that has been tough for them so far. They choose to take a line out. Kicking the ball out. Get a line out at the 40-meter line. Less pressure for them at the very least. Getting a chance to play from 40 meters out. Or rather 60 meters to the try box. But they lose the line out. Black blood pinch that from the air. Now a chance for Black blood to possibly extend their lead. Spread it from one side. Handling error on the ground. Otete just can't keep control. Black blood's Otete just can't keep control of the ball on the ground. Mueni Wakanda seem to be getting on the ball. Seem to be is the word I use because they do get on it, but still being in their half, not benefiting, trying to make some subs here. Believe it's Ndege. Big man there for the Mueni in the front row. Clean scrum. At least one thing working for Mueni Wakanda so far. Spread the ball to one side. Castro Diambo. Offloads on the ground. Peter Muley. Some indecision with the goose. Referee calls a penalty there. Shoving upwards when clearing on the rack. Mueni trying to get out of their half, just not working so far. A switch on the wing. Big man tries to get over, but gets his feet wrapped. They go the other way. Black blood defense looking well disciplined. Some heavy shoulders there. Trying to mark territory. Remember, it still is rugby. Contact comes with the territory. You run loose, you get hit. Mike Karani there carrying it in for Mueni. Black blood aggressive on defense. Getting the turnover. Mueni not managing to get out of their half. Time on the ball not equating to meters given or points scored. Not looking so good. But the score still 14-0. Masese off the base of the rack. Delivers in an error through the defense, and Black blood like a hot knife through butter. And a celebration. Taking the scores to Black blood 19. The drop goal conversion to come. As I've said earlier, the set piece is proving to be a weapon in sevens. As the score is 21-0 to Black blood. The set piece, the scrum, the line out, all being used today, showcasing what has been getting done in pre-season by the teams during training, testing their systems now in a pre-season tournament. Score is 21-0. Referee judges that not to have gone 10 meters. Again, if you are joining us, remember, from kickoff, the ball has to travel 10 meters in the air and cross the line. If it does not, the referee gives a half penalty at the 50-meter line, like so, for the Mueni Wakanda. Mueni finally getting in the black blood half, spreading the ball one side. Seem not to be getting the meters though. Passing, but somehow losing meters while doing it. Not really attacking the defense line. The black blood defense shuffling from one side to the other. Staying disciplined, getting the turnover. Referee calling an open ball there. And the turnover for black blood. Get on it quick. Get it off to one side, and another defensive error, making it easy for black blood. 4 tries without a response. Definitely in the driver's seat in this fixture. Punishing the errors, punishing the kickoff errors, scoring from the set piece. A dominant performance by black blood. 2 wins out of 2 for black blood so far. 0 wins out of 2 for Mueni Wakanda so far. The image of Pool A already being drawn. Remember, if you want to know what's going on across the day, Nordwave has you covered. Of course, you'll have to take a shout out to HELA BET, without whom second edition of the Juja Sevens wouldn't have happened here at the J Quat Rugby Grounds in Juja. On the field, we have Z-Tech. We have Z-Tech taking on Kiamu. Z-Tech, of course, coming off an easy win, or rather a solid win, a confident win over USIU in their first round. Now they take on Kiamu in round 2 and the second game of the day. Brian Ondego, Kenya Moran on the ball for the Z-Tech. First kickoff of the day doesn't go 10. A half penalty to Kiamu. Try spreading the ball, but loose ball there. Knock on by Z-Tech. I assume trying to intercept the ball but failing. Chance for Kiamu to get on the ball. A scrum around the 50-meter line, about 52 meters from the line. Sustained pressure, loose ball there, poor hands. Z-Tech on the advantage, Ondego on the ball. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think that's news. It's Ondego. What did you expect? A try for the Z-Tech Oaks. 5-0 to Z-Tech. And a conversion, giving it 7-0 over Kiamu RFC. Butterfingers at the back of the scrum by Kiamu, leading to a knock-on advantage, and Ondego getting on the ball, running it in from 40 meters. If you are joining us now, This is game 3 of round 2. Pool B fixture. Zite Cox versus Kiambu. Kiambu 7-0 down so far. Hands seem to be their enemy. A knock-on resulting in a try from advantage by Zitek. And now a knock-on granting Zitek a scrum from quite a similar distance from where the first try originated. Ondego, Zitek's try scorer, on the ball now. Feeds the scrum. Spreads it wide. You can see Zitek spread across the field. Beats one, beats two. I don't know if you'd call that the commentator's curse or the commentator's blessing. Because in this case, what the commentator said is what happened. Zitek scoring from the scrum after benefiting from a handling error by Kiambu. Running it in with one phase. A missed conversion there. 12-0 to Zitek. Looking easy for Zitek so far in this first half. Pool B fixture. Kiambu just managing to field that ball this time round. And this time they go over the line with a boot, but the boot ends up straight in the hands, and there's the danger man. You know him. Ondego. Ondego. And it's Ondego for a third, or rather for a second time. Gets generous on this one. Of course, he's already scored one. Simple assist on the second one. Scores now 17-0 to the Zite Cox. Simple conversion, taking it to 19-0 for the Zite Cox over Kiambu Rugby. Zitek either on another level entirely or Kiambu making it a bit too easy. 19-0 in this first half. And Zitek kicks us off again. This time, Kiambu at least getting to field the ball. Held up. Can he get the feet down? Referee calls the maul after Zitek holding up the ball there. Very uncomfortable position to be in. Getting held up. Not being able to put your knee on the ground to form the ruck or for the tackler to release you. Another scrum for Zitek in a familiar space now. 40 meters from the line, but this time round Kiambu managing to turn it over, taking one against the head. With the advantage, referee's hand is up. Kiambu trying to get the ball on the ground. Referee's hand still up. Still playing the advantage. That line speed from Zitek. Trying to stay disciplined. Fast take. There we go. Kiambu finally getting into the 50-meter field of Zitek Cox. Poor take there. That brings us to the end of the half. Zitek 19, Kiambu 0. A dominant first half, or rather, an error-punishing first half for the Zite Cox. Kiambu penalties, handling errors, knock-ons, defense, all going against them so far. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second edition of the Juja Sevens 2026, and I'd like to thank our sponsor, our official sponsor, HELA BET, for making all things possible. Nordwave, our statistics partner, our tech partner. Asa Essence, our official scent partner. You'd be asking who was making the posters, who was giving the Juja Sevens visibility across the week, across the last 2 weeks. It was the designer, Bucks, the designer. Of course, Poktamu, our official food partner here on the field, ensuring that we are fed. Edenmark, our refreshment partner, providing us with fresh juices here at the field, here at the Juja grounds. If you'll be joining us across the day, today and tomorrow, lots of rugby. 5 pools. 5 pools, 4 teams each. The top 8, based on ranking, will play the cup. Number 9 to 17 will play the challenger tomorrow. The bottom 3, of course, getting an early weekend to go and fix their issues. Maybe come back and play better in pre-season. So far we've had 1 round of rugby. This being 3rd fixture of round 2. Match 13 of the day. Kiamu in the purple. Zitek in the navy blue, or rather in the royal blue and orange strip. Leading 19-0. Stretching the ball on the wing with a switch. 1 phase, 1 switch, 1 running line, and 1 try for the Zitek Oaks. Taking the scores to Zitek 24 with a conversion to come. 26 with an easy conversion at the center. Kiamu not having a good day so far. Getting punished from kickoff, getting punished from errors, getting punished from the set piece. Zitek clearly in another gear in their 2nd game of the day, wanting to get that 2nd win. Remember, it's the top 8 that will play in the cup, meaning every single point you score and concede is a factor. Zitek kicking deep from conversion, from kickoff, sorry. Forcing Kiamu to play from deep with the added pressure from the line speed. Kiamu retaining possession there, managing some semblance of sanity, but testing the shoulders of the defenders, running in between. But now we have a loose ball and a loose pass. Luckily they retain it. Oh no, they don't. As soon as I said it, now that right there is a commentator's curse. Just as I said they retained it, they passed it right into the hands of Zitek to make it even easier. Taking the score to 33. Quick kick conversion. Zitek clearly dominant in this fixture. 33 points to no reply by Kiamu. Kiamu barely managing to keep the ball in their hands. Barely managing to even see Zitek's half. But that's why we play pre-season rugby, to sort out the kinks before the National 7 Circuit. Remember, the National 7 Circuit is in 2 weeks, kicking off at the Prince Lu Sevens in Nakuru, at the Nakuru Athletics Club. Meanwhile, on the field, clock stops for an injury break there. Man down. Chilly Saturday here in Juja. Don't be bored at home. Join us. And if you're not joining us, hit that subscribe, hit that like, comment on what you think of the live running. I am your host, David Mango. I will be with you across the day, commentating on the action on the field. Current scores: Zitek Oaks 33, Kiamu 0. Dominance on the field. Remember, if you want to stay in touch with the scores so far, you can visit Nordwave. Link in our comments, I assume. You may click and stay in touch. Know what's going on the field. Know who could possibly be booking a slot for day 2 in the cup. Scrappy scrum there. Referee sees something she doesn't like. Penalty to Zitek, but not giving an inch. Zitek, quick take, spread it to the wing. Simple try, taking the score to 38 and nothing for the Zitek Oaks. Simple try, taking it off the base. Quick take from a penalty. And a conversion out wide to 8. Skewed left. Scores remain 38-0 to the Zitek Oaks. Second half. Third game of Pool B. Zitek clearly in the driver's seat in this fixture. Kiamu not looking so good. Short kick, and they retrieve it. Taking all the land from Zitek there. Taking all the land from Kiamu, sorry. Runs it straight through. Kiamu just having no response so far. A beating in this one. Score 43-0 so far, with the drop goal conversion to come. Zitek, I doubt will have an easier fixture today. Missed conversion there, goes below the bar. 43-0. Clean try box as the hooter goes off to signal the final play. We can see USIU waiting on the outside of the field for the next fixture. Zitek definitely dominating this one. Errors by Kiamu Rugby getting punished. Like so, just not retrieving that kickoff, letting the ball bounce. Zitek, of course, getting it clean in the half, running blind. And now it's a scramble defense. It's pretty much trying to stem the bleeding because 43 points down. Not much they can do in the final play other than defend and make sure it doesn't go over that 43. Zitek staying composed, spreading the ball from one side to the other. A dummy, but he loses control of the ball. Advantage. Can Kiamu at least get something on the scoreboard? Remember, in this tournament format, any points you score or concede are a factor. Referee seeing it go nowhere. Calls it time, full time. Zitek Oaks 43. Kiamu Rugby 0. Running on in the clean white, or rather in just the white, as the muddy field has made the jersey not so clean anymore. The northern suburbs. And in the yellow and blue strip, the USIU A Marshals. Game 4 of round 2. Second game of Pool B in round 2. Northern Suburbs coming off a win over Kiamu in round 1. USIU coming off a loss in round 1 to the Zitek Oaks, making this game crucial. One team with a win, one team with a loss. A win here for USIU may change their fortunes with regards to their position in the table, depending on how many points they score. Remember, both teams Thika Road based. USIU around Safari Park area on Thika Road. Northern Suburbs based at the KCB Sports Club where they train. Not so far apart. It still is a Thika Road derby. Well, most of the games today will be Thika Road derbies. Can't write that off. Still pre-season. USIU managing to get a scrum. Or rather, Northern Suburbs giving a scrum in their own half. Nice and easy through the center of the scrum. USIU spreading to one side. Believe that's Fred Okoth on the wing, beats one. Tries to get the offload. Offload's on the ground. Waswa tries to control it. Spreads it back. I believe this Dono Chieng gets the ball at the center. Kwame of USIU committing two, trying to get the offload over, but referee calls that offload not straight. USIU managing to get few more minutes so far on the ball, but it's an error. Now the Northern Suburbs have a chance to exit their half from a set piece. Can they run it all the way? Will they kick over the line as we've seen in the previous games? What tricks do they have up their sleeve? A scrum. Seems they keep it on the ground, hands, and they spread it wide. A tackle by USIU trying to go for a turnover. And they do. They get the turnover. USIU take it quick. Spread the ball. Waswa on to Dono Chieng. Pass wide. Kwame with the offload. Sorry, not Kwame. And now, held up. USIU not managing to ground the ball there. A quick take. A quick take not benefiting USIU there. Held up in the try box, but they do get a scrum 5. A chance to maybe get the first score of the game versus the Northern Suburbs. If you are joining us right now, the Northern Suburbs in white, USIU in yellow and blue. Off the scrum, a step, beating the first man, beating the second, getting tackled by the third. And it's a try. The tackle in the try box. USIU first score of the game. USIU 5, Northern Suburbs 0. Waswa to take the conversion. Clean conversion there. USIU leading 7-0. Easy try, swinging it from one side to the other. USIU take it slow, or rather kick it low, but the Northern Suburbs gather that one. Trying to beat the man. USIU defense already formed, trying to stay disciplined. Northern Suburbs running from one side to the other. Basketball pass there, beating the first man. The Northern Suburbs, remember, already have a win today. And that man right there with the ball was the killer in the first half, scoring a hat-trick for the Northern Suburbs. Can he be the talisman in this game against USIU? Loose tackle on the wing. Saved, correction made. Rack challenged, and referee calls the loss of feet while trying to go for the turnover, shoving upwards rather. A penalty off the rack. Northern Suburbs finally getting a chance to be in the USIU half. They decide to take a line out and take more land in the USIU real estate. Getting a line out from about 10 meters out. Quick throw, fielded, and they get the pass, and now they swing to the other side. Butterfingers. Referee brings it back, handling error there. Looks like the opportunity for the Northern Suburbs to get the 3, the 5, or the 7, while in the USIU half has ended in a handling error, now gifting USIU the ball a chance to exit their half. Remember, the score is 7-0 to USIU. If you're joining us here on Rogue Rugby, Karibu Sana this chilly Saturday. This is the second edition of the Juja Sevens here at the J-Court grounds. Meanwhile, on the field, USIU versus the Northern Suburbs. USIU kicking the ball through, but the ball sails out of the field. Northern Suburbs getting a line out. Score is 7-0. Simple try, especially in sevens. Just one break, just one dummy. and your fortunes can change. Clean line out by the Suburbs as the hooter goes to signal the stop of the first half, or rather the end of the first half. This is the final play. Northern Suburbs with a step to beat the first man. Can they get it right? Still have possession of the ball. They are swinging, test the other side of the field, asking questions of the defense. Running wide. Fred Okoth being forced into defense there. The ball loose in that track. Referee calls the mark, forcing the Suburbs to come back to mark after trying to play it quick. Northern Suburbs trying to get over the line, trying to finish first half strong, and they do. 7-5 to the Northern Suburbs. Staying in the fight. 7-5 with a conversion to come. Conversion from out wide. Will he nail it? Has the boot. Doesn't have the accuracy or the compass. Scores remain 7-5 as per this half. If you're joining us now, this is the Juja Sevens 2026, the second edition of the tournament, the pre-season tournament, an improvement from last season. Last season, pre-season being a one-day tournament, this season being a two-day tournament. 5 pools, 4 teams each, with the top 8 qualifying for the cup tomorrow. I'd like to thank our main sponsor, HELA BET, for ensuring that this tournament could be carried out. Our betting sponsor and betting partner backs the designer for the good work on the social media, the posters hyping up the tournament so far. Asa Essence ensuring that we're smelling good, our official scent partner, selling perfumes, body splashes and colognes. Pork Tamu here on the field, our official food partner, providing us with some tasty pork and chicken. If you are at home feeling hungry, kuna Pork Tamu huku at the J-Quad grounds. Feel free to join us. This is the second game of Pool B in round 2. So if you want to know what's happened in round 1 and in all the previous games, Nordwave, our official tech support partner, giving us live match updates. Eden Mark, if you're also on the field, joining us here today, our refreshments partner for fresh juices. First Hub, our official ticketing partner, ensuring that fans are streaming in properly. On the field, the Northern Suburbs in white, the USIU A Marshals in yellow and blue strip. The score 7-5 to the USIU A Marshals. The Northern Suburbs scoring late in the first half. USIU scoring easy after grinding hard in the first half, or rather at the beginning of the first half. Scrappy ball bouncing everywhere, but the referee brings it back. Has to call that handling error. Both sides seemingly not being able to control the ball. Northern Suburbs just 2 down. USIU, meanwhile, seem to have lost control at the end of that half, but now getting a chance to regain control of the tempo of the game in the second half. Trying to keep control of the ball, trying to keep it on the ground. Dono Chieng passes it out. Alan Odio, a substitute for USIU, now gets on the field, distributing the ball, putting his man in space. And a break from the base by USIU. A carry from the base again. USIU trying to grind hard, but in that case, referee calls playing the ball on the ground. Northern Suburbs trying to punish them quick. A dummy sold, kicks through the line. Will a good bounce save them? Was there. He tips it over and controls it. And an offload. Good control there by Waswa. But then an intercept by the Suburbs. It's the danger man. A hat-trick in the first game of the day. Now going over the line to put the Northern Suburbs ahead. And a conversion. 12-7 to the Northern Suburbs. think that marks 4 tries to the day for the Northern Suburbs winger. He's been lethal. Very crucial for the Northern Suburbs. 3 tries so far, 4 after this. And showing up just when his team needs him to give his team the lead. And now it's the Northern Suburbs kicking into USIU. USIU now being forced to control the ball under pressure. Not settled in. Looks like it's crumbling for USIU. Starting the game with the lead. And now conceding 2 tries after the referee confirms it. 2 tries without a response. Northern Suburbs flipping the game on its head from 7-0 down to 17-7. Three unanswered tries. USIU just losing control of the game completely. For a game that they scored fast, they controlled fast. Now conceding try after try after try. Have to dig deep, have to find something to ensure that they're still in it. Considering they lost their first game, losing their second game is going to be an issue. Kickoff not fielded so well, but they do retain possession. A rack there. That's Odio, runs it blind. Fred Okoth trying to keep his feet. Fails to, forms the rack. Referee going in through the side. USIU trying to speed up the tempo now. Spreading from one side to the other. Waswa has Dono Chieng. Ref will call it intentional knock on there. Tapping the ball down, stopping the play. Northern Suburbs reduced to 6. Can USIU capitalize? 7v6. But 14 points down. Sorry, 12 points down. Or rather, is it 10 points down? 2 tries needed. If USIU want to stay in this, swinging the ball out wide. Collision at the edge of the field, and they lose possession. Northern Suburbs. Mad defense by the Northern Suburbs. Staying in the fight. Kicking the ball away from their red zone. Waswa fields it. Tries to beat the first man. Offloads. USIU. And now passing it. And who else to pass to but the Northern Suburbs danger man already. A try to his name in this game as the hooter goes off. And Northern Suburbs choose to take their win. Kick the ball dead. And take the win. 2 out of 2 for the Northern Suburbs. USIU 0 out of 2. Not going so well. 17-7 to the Northern Suburbs in that Pool B fixture. Next game, KCB Lions RFC taking on the Mueni Ravens. Big fixture this one. KCB, of course, getting a big win in the first one, but the Mueni Ravens also having a confident win over the KCB Stallions in round 1. So both of these teams have a win so far. The coin toss is done. Of course, a star-studded KCB featuring their Juja, the likes of Vincent Onyala, George Oro, the likes of Festus Shiasi, of course, danger men like Austin Sikutwa, Elvis Namusasi, Levi Amunga, the experienced halfback. Meanwhile, for the Mueni Ravens, Dennis Odor leaving the line, likes of Brian Kinara, Bruce Bryan, Alan Solano, Gaspar Dola will be on the wing. A sure side trying to test themselves out for pre-season against the national champions. Both teams with a win in this fixture so far, or rather in the day so far. Elvis Namusasi gets us off. And it's fielded by Alan Solano. Solano beats one, beats two. Can he keep his feet? Offload. They try to keep it. But the referee, Gaspadola, gets it on the wing. Can he take on Elvis Namusasi? Back pass in to Brian Kinara. Brian Kinara tries to offload. Referee calls it back for an awkward situation here. Says that the initial play was indeed a turnover. Seems the call is already made. Emmanuel Opondo getting it started for KCB. Elvis Namusasi. Sorry, not Namusasi. Wanyama trying to get it. Olukusi gets it off the base. Namusasi now transferring it from one side to the other. Shiasi giving it to Austin Sikutwa. Sikutwa trying to get it right. Makueni defense holding on. KCB forming a ruck, resetting. And Olukusi with the ball in the danger zone. Trying to beat the first man. Gaspadola trying to stop the big man there. Opondo from the base of the rack. Shiasi goes over in the line. And the referee calls a handling error. Sorry, handling error. Hey, handling error. Nimbaya. Ball grounded badly by KCB. Kizungu itatuua huku. Festus Shiasi not managing to ground the ball properly. Giving Makueni a lifeline there. Calvin with the ball going to feed it into the Makueni scrum. Hopefully they retain it. Ball is fed. Referee calls a half penalty, said ball not fed properly into the scrum. George Oro gets the ball and takes on the line. Referee again. Loss of feet in the rack, he says. And KCB this time go for their weapon of choice. They choose a scrum. Score still 0-0 here between KCB Lions and Makueni Ravens. Both teams already have a win from round one of their games. This might just be an important fixture of the day. Makueni piling pressure on the KCB scrum. Referee spotting the handling error by KCB. Makueni showing the fight. Showing some serious fight to force a handling error off of the national champions scrum. Now a chance for Makueni to exit the red zone. Nearest attempt by KCB has been the try that has been disallowed by Festus Shiasi, handling error when trying to ground the ball. KCB now trying to pile the pressure, but the referee spots an issue. Calvin tries to take it quick. Makueni trying to spread the ball. Absolute running line by Solano. Makueni trying to mix it. Bruce Bryan trying to take on the defense. Calvin tries to kick over the line. Captain Dennis trying to chase that kick. A line out from about 40 meters for KCB. They choose to take it quick. Makueni piling the pressure. Solano gets hands of it. The rack is clean. Gaspadola on the ball, trying to commit, trying to take the switch. Ball on the ground. Bruce Bryan gets control of it. George Oro trying to rip the ball from Bruce Bryan on the ground. Brian Kinara tries to take on his man. Gets the hand on Festa Shiasi. Bruce Bryan trying to run the ball through the center. The rack is given. Pass from the ground by Calvin. And they keep swinging it. Captain Dennis on the wing trying to get around Elvis Olukusi as the hooter goes on the first half. Barren first half, but an action-packed first half. Makueni definitely here for a fight, not making it easy for KCB. 0-0 at half time. You can hear the fans get excited. They didn't expect the fixture to be like this. Clearly Makueni putting in some work in their preseason. Can they bring the upset against the national champions in preseason? We've seen clearly KCB, when dominant, had a chance to score. You can see the Makueni fans flying their flag around. Definitely here to support their boys in preseason. This is a good chance to say thank you to our official sponsors, HELA BET, for granting us a tournament such as this where the national champions can be taking on a Division 2 side and providing us with entertainment. Of course, Bucks the designer for alerting everybody on social media with all the posters, all the banners, and for your needs, do contact him. Nordwave. Nordwave, our technology partner, ensuring that our scores are up to date online. As of this game, it's KCB 0, Makueni Ravens 0. Pork Tamu, official food partner here on the ground. If you are at home, please do join us for some sweet pork and chicken by Pork Tamu. Eden Mark, our official refreshment partner. Of course, providing us with refreshing juice here on the ground this chilly Saturday. Meanwhile, second half about to kick off. Bruce Bryan of Makueni on the ball. Sends it deep. And KCB bring it down. Brian Wahinya now on the field, transferring the ball. A wide pass by the KCB Lions, trying to spread the ball wide, a switch on the wing. KCB definitely running, bringing their A game on in this second half. Makueni holding on again. Brian Wahinya transfers it. KCB and the back in, but the Makueni defense still going, trying to disrupt the ruck. But the referee calls loss of feet. Brian Wahinya takes it quick and gets a try for KCB. The score, KCB 5, Makueni Ravens 0. First score of the game. Brian Wahinya with some instant impact off the bench after the substitute at halftime. Now with the drop goal from out wide. Will he get it? Looking like it has the legs. And he does get it. Brian Wahinya with a kick from out wide. The Simba number 10. The KCB starter at 10. Gets the 7 points in try and conversion for KCB to open their scoring account in this game versus Makueni Ravens. Now he gets to put on kickoff. A shallow kick. Calvin settles it. Puts it on the ground. The ball spills out. Referee obviously spotting something he did not like in that ruck. KCB piling pressure on the ruck, forcing the error for Makueni. Choose to play it. Wahenya. Shiasi. Shiasi running across, swings the ball out wide. Eugene Omondi with the ball. Vincent Onyala takes one, takes two. Makueni defense staying disciplined, forcing KCB to spread the ball out wide. Shiasi again with the ball. Referee spots it. It's a forward pass by KCB, a chance for Makueni to get on the ball. Score 7-0 here in the second half. See Makueni's Calvin trying to issue instructions to the back line before he feeds the ball into the scrum. We're back on time. Feeds the scrum and the ball is out, and he chooses to dink one through, but gets beaten with the step. The pass over the defense line. Gaspar Dola versus Festus Shiasi. The tackle and it's down. Wahenya on the ball. Vincent Onyala on the ball. Eugene on the ball. An easy run in by KCB on that one, phase after phase. Leon Angeliti goes over the line for the KCB Lions. Makueni 12-0 down in the second half. Brian Wahenya with a conversion. Sorry. Will he get it? Conversion is missed. Score remains 12-0. Sorry, 12-0 to KCB. KCB being forced to do a bit more than the usual running over the opponent in this case. Makueni showing a bit of fight so far, though 12-0 down. Wahenya with the kickoff, but they ignore it. Levia Monga retrieves it, offloads to Vincent Onyala. Eugene Omondi colliding with the defense there. Referee calls a turnover. Bruce Bryan tries to take it quick but loses his feet, collides with Brian Wahenya. Wahenya tosses him on the ground. Calvin to Alan Salano. Alan Salano trying to jink the defense as the hooter goes off. Tries to stay on his feet. Stanislas Masese kicking the ball right into the defense of the KCB sweeper. Beats one, beats two. Bit of defense, but referee calls the try. You can't stop that. Jenkins Kipruto dancing through the Makueni defense to get the third try of the game. Valiant effort by Makueni Ravens. But when you're taking on the national champions, it's a whole other thing. Levia Munga with the conversion. And he misses it. Ending the game 17-0 to KCB. Makueni Ravens showing a fight and a half, but the fight was not enough. Next game, the Kabete Stallions taking on the Presbyterian University of East Africa. These two teams are in the same pool as KCB and Makueni. But these two teams, none have a win after round one. So this game may be a decider on who survives into day two. The Stallions. Stallions versus the Presbyterian University of East Africa. Both teams not having a win so far. but now desperately need a win in round 2. Remember, Nodewave, our tech partners and tech sponsors are keeping the scores live for you. You can click on the link below if you are joining us here on Rogue Rugby for the live. I am your commentator, David Mango. I will be with you across the day, breaking down the action on the field for you. Of course, keeping you company this cold Saturday. And if you can't join us at the JQuat Rugby grounds, please do. Pre-season 7s rugby will be happening today and tomorrow at the JQuat Rugby grounds. This is the second edition of the Juja Sevens. The Juja Sevens 2026. Hosted by the JQuat Cougars. Sponsored by HELA BET, our main sponsor. On the field, the Stallions taking on the Presbyterian University. Both teams not having a win so far in the day. Hands failing there at center. But the referee brings it back for an advantage it called earlier. The Stallions take it quick. Try catch the Presbyterian University side unaware. Stallions spreading it side to side. Remember, the Stallions in the red and black strip. The Presbyterian University in the deep blue. Or rather, I'd say the Stallions on the left side of your screen and the Presbyterian University side on the right side of your screen. Stallions shifting the ball from one side to the other. Big chest there. Killing a good move. Possibly a switch to open space on the wing for them. But it didn't pan out. Presbyterian University finally getting a chance to get their hands on the ball in this game. Stallions having control and possession of the ball from kickoff so far. Let's see what the Presbyterian side can do versus the Stallions. A set piece from about 60 meters out, about 55 if I may say, sorry. Referee calling something that he didn't like. Presbyterian getting a chance to take it quick. Presbyterian maintaining control on the wing, beats one, taken by the second. A reset. And now they try to take it to the other wing after committing the players, but a loose pass over the player has been controlled. Now loose in the ruck. Referee spots the handling error. Presbyterian just not managing to benefit per se from that phase of play when they had the ball. Well, neither did the Stallions when they had the ball. And now it's the Stallions being forced to exit their half for about 10 meters outside of their 22. With a scrum in their possession. Stallions perennial side in Division 1 during the National 7 circuit. Burst onto the scene possibly 2024, was it 2023 if I'm not wrong. An underdog that made the story and managed to become a mainstay in Division 1 of the National 7 circuit. Remember, the National 7 circuit is 2 weeks from now, beginning in Nakuru, in the Prince Lu Sevens at the Nakuru Athletics Club. That is literally why we're here today for pre-season's rugby. Pre-season rugby here to test the systems for the National 7 circuit. Meanwhile, on the field, 0-0. Stallions versus Presbyterian University. You can see the touch has the flag out. Referee to spot something gives the advantage to the Stallions. Stallions now running it wide, trying to spread the Presbyterian defense. Aggressive on the ruck by Presbyterian, but the Stallions maintain and a fend to take his man off. A major fend to take his man off the base of the ruck, and he jogs it in. Simple first try by the Stallions. Score Stallions 5, Presbyterian 0, with a conversion to come. Long period of play there. Conversion is good. Score 7-0 to the Stallions. As the referee calls the half. A 1-minute break. If you're joining us now on the field, it's Stallions versus Presbyterians. Before this, we had the national champions, KCB, who took on the Mueni Ravens, winning 17-0 on that one, albeit a fight by the Mueni Ravens. Remember, we have 5 pools playing across the Juja Sevens this year. Each pool with 4 teams. And the teams that will play the cup in day 2 will be ranked from number 1 to number 8. So everything matters. Every point you concede, every point you score is a factor as to how you operate tomorrow or whether you will actually play tomorrow. So never say never is the mentality at the Juja Sevens 2026. A 2-day tournament, an improvement or rather growth from last year's version, which was a 1-day tournament. You are welcome here at the Juja grounds, at the JQuat rugby grounds in Juja rather, at JQuat University. Meanwhile, second half about to kick off. Presbyterian University kicking, receiving the Stallions. Score 7-0 to the Stallions, and the Stallions field the ball. Some collision in the rack. Referee doesn't like what he sees there. Presbyterian trying to get through the Stallions' defense. Retaining possession and now getting a penalty in the Stallions' red zone. Referee bringing it back. Calls the penalty for tipping the attacker on defense. Remember, if you're tackling players out there, taking your opponent over the line, trying to tip them over, trying to turn their head into the ground is illegal in rugby. We do love the big hits, but we do value player safety. A scrappy ball here. Handling error by the Stallions. Referee forced to go back to the handling error. Intentional knock on, he says. Dropping the Stallions to 6. And now the Presbyterian University have a chance. Have a chance to maybe sting the Stallions. Maybe wipe their 7-0 lead. 6 on the field for the Stallions. Presbyterians with a scrum from about 45 meters out, with 3 people up in comparison to the Stallions, 2 players defending. Can they use the set piece as a weapon? Ball is fed. And out through the back. A miss one. A pass out wide. Tries seeing it one side, but the defense is alert. Referee doesn't like that tackle again. Presbyterian trying to capitalize on the one-man benefit. Trying to fight hard inside the Stallions 22. It's a one-score game. And they take it blind, jump over the line. Still maintaining control, still trying to get that 5 points. Butterfingers. And now the opportunity is gone. Stallions now getting their hands on the ball after a long phase of play on defense. Is it though? And there we go. The Stallions surviving that onslaught while one man down. Handling error just about 5 meters out. say 10 meters out from the try box at a desperate moment when they needed that try, when they needed that run. Presbyterian just couldn't maintain or keep their hands clean. Now the Stallions have control of the ball in a scrum and have a chance to exit their red zone. Maybe run it all the way. This is sevens, anything can happen. And they take it blind. Put it on the boot. Will the bounce be favorable? A chase back by Presbyterian, but pressure by Stallions. More pressure. One attacker, two defenders, knee on the ground. Referee says you have to release. Now pressure on the rack by the Stallions. Referee doesn't like how it was taken from the side, he says. Ensuring that the player knows his mark. Presbyterian again go for the line out. Trying to take as much territory as possible from the Stallions. Remember, it is a one-score game. Stallions leading 7-0. So territory is all the more important. Stallions trying to stay disciplined with that one score. Remember, both of these teams did not get a win in round one. And if you want to confirm the scores, you can check on NodeWave, our statistical partner, our technological partner, ensuring that the live scores from round one. Oh, a close intercept, but results in a knock-on. Stallions trying to go for the intercept, but resulting in a knock-on, gifting Presbyterian the ball again. Presbyterian about 55 meters away from the try box. They need the score, being 7-0 down. Not being able to score when the Stallions are one man down. Beating the pressure, putting the ball on the boot, but it's charged down. Can they gather it? And they do. The Stallions now having the ball deep in Presbyterian territory. Control of the ball with the foot. The hooter goes off. Stallions having an option. Can they kill it? Breaks one, breaks two. Doesn't get to the line. Does. Reaches out. And scores. I think that's the nail on the coffin. 12-0. A killer try in the last minute. Presbyterian simply just not being able to match the tempo of the Stallions. Stallions staying disciplined in defense and capitalizing on attack. The conversion missed. Full-time score. The Stallions 12, Presbyterian University 0. The next game, what you'd call a championship fixture in 15s, now in 7s. The Qua Monks entering the field there, now well-known entrance, following the Lord on the way of the field. Hassan Ombani jogging in, leading his side. Homeboys on the other side, making their team call. The Qua Monks, perennial Div 1 team, in black and somewhat yellow strip. And the Homeboys in yellow and black strip, and in some case yellow and blue. Seems the Qua Monks will be the ones kicking the ball to Homeboys in this case. I believe both teams are still in the fight to top the table in their side. Qua Monks having a win in round one. Homeboys needing a win to secure their slot. Qua kicking, retrieving, and now having control. Homeboys retrieving it. Some pressure, some good line speed to attack Qua while they were passing. Now having control of the ball, taking the switch on one side of the field. Fighting into contact, but the ball gets ripped off by Qua. Trying to run it in. Contact in defense by Homeboys RFC. Qua trying to reset. Qua controlling it. Maintaining possession of the ball. Can they open their account? And we thought it was a break, but it's a forward pass. Referee brings us back. Tempo shifts again. Ball bouncing both sides so far. Both teams evenly getting a chance on the ball. Qua Monks getting the ball in Homeboys territory. Homeboys piling pressure, getting the ball in Qua territory. Who's going to score fast and settle the nerves? For now, it's a scrum from the Homeboys 22, trying to exit the red zone. Snipes on the edge of the scrum. Switches, but switches right into the hands of a Qua player. Qua now with possession in the Homeboys half. And they try swing it out wide. A miss, one failed. But the line speed. Thought the line speed would be beneficial for Homeboys. Referee choosing to go back for the handling error by Homeboys RFC, gifting Qua Monks another scrum and a chance to score while in the Homeboys half. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us, round 1 games done. Round 2 games on the way, on the field, the Qua Monks versus Homeboys RFC. Qua getting the ball from the scrum, trying to swing wide. Hassan Wambani on the wing. Goose is against his man, tries to toss him off. But becomes the one tossed off. Hassan Wambani there. Now pretty much a senior figure in the squad for the Qua Monks. Playing 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, now 2026. I dare say, yes, a senior figure in the squad now. Remember the days of seeing him in the Kakamega Sevens 2022 for the same outfit, the Qua Monks. And now a senior figure here for the Qua Monks in 2026. Of course, getting lethal on the wing, always the speedy guy. And he's not afraid to take contact, as we have seen. Qua Monks trying to take it quick. Trying to swing it side to side. The score is 0-0. Who's going to break the deadlock? Goes blind. And opens the account for the Qua Monks. Qua 5. Homeboys RFC 0 with the conversion to come. Conversion sails wide. The score 5-0 on the field. Pressure as Homeboys RFC tried to keep it on the field but failed to do that. A step out. Spotted by the assistant referee. The Qua Monks getting the line out. But then the handling error, common theme we've had today. Handling errors coming from a set piece, so from a line out into a scrum. Homeboys ball as the hooter goes off to signal the end of the first half. 5-0 to the Qua Monks for this first half. Can the Homeboys score from deep in their own half and maybe start the second half with better momentum? There we go, trying to spread the ball wide, but the Qua defense eager to stop that line of attack. Homeboys trying to find a way through the Qua defense. The line speed so disruptive by the Qua Monks. Just disruptive enough to get them a try. But the referee calls that try. Thought it was an error at first, but now awards it 10-0 to the Qua Monks going into the half. And this time they get the conversion right. So 12-0 going into halftime. Qua leading so far. Of course, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, no better time to acknowledge our sponsors for making all this possible. We are on Rogue Rugby TV, streaming here, bringing you the Juja Sevens 2026. HELA BET, our main sponsor and betting partner, backs the designer for making sure our graphics and branding were tip-top when hyping up this tournament. Asa Essence, our official scent partner, giving us good perfumes, body splashes and colognes, making sure our A game is always around. Pork Tamu, our official food partner, supplying us with pork and chicken here at the field. Please do join us across the day. And if you want to know the scores across the day, remember to click the link Nodwave, our official tech support partner, keeping us up to date with the live match updates. Eden Mark, our refreshment partner, giving us fresh juice here at the JQuad grounds. First Hub, our official ticketing partner. Kumbuka, just because you have a ticketing partner does not mean tunakucharge kukuja. Entrance is free. Our ticketing partner is just making sure that our fans are streaming in, being safe, being organized, while joining us here in the second edition of the Juja Sevens 2026. On the field, Homeboys kicking off versus Qua. The score is 12-0 to the Qua Monks. Homeboys kicking deep. And a spectacular try from kickoff. They kicked, they chased, they got it, they scored. Homeboys with a quick reply in the second half, possibly changing the momentum. 12-5 to the Homeboys now, with a conversion to come. And they get the conversion. 12-7. It's now a one-score game between the Homeboys and the Qua Monks. Remember, as we said earlier, this does look like a championship fixture. Both teams in the KRU championship when it comes to 15s. But what of sevens? We do remember the Homeboys of old, the dominant Homeboys side. And now the upstarts, which are the Qua Monks, having their highest ever finish just last year's circuit, having a bronze finish. Now here they are, the Qua Monks swinging the ball from one side to the other, trying to commit the defenders. The Homeboys defense staying disciplined, but the referee's arm is up. Didn't like what he saw in that phase of play. Qua Monks trying to spread the ball one side to the other and a switch. And the ball is down and they keep resetting. Some good hands, maintaining control. At least now the ground is dry. Again with the commentator's curse. I call the good hands and they show me the bad hands. But I do stick to my point. Now with the drier ground across the day in comparison to the morning session, the dew is gone. Referee stopping the clock for an injury break. Some intense running in that field. Ladies and gentlemen, it may look easy, it may look fun, but those 14 minutes feel like 1 hour if the ball is moving from one side to the other. Some good rugby so far. We've had the first round of games in the morning session. Now almost concluding the second round of games. Remember, there are 5 pools this time round in the Juja Sevens. Each pool has 4 teams, and instead of the top 2 proceeding to the quarterfinals, it will be the rank of number 1 to 8 that will proceed to the quarterfinal, meaning every single point you concede and score is a factor as to whether you will play the main cup or not. Of course, winning will do you better. Meanwhile, Qua Monks taking the ball up on the wing but failing to keep it in the field. Hassan Wambani being bundled out. Homeboys is trying to take it quick. Referee says play on. Some tough defense there by the Qua Monks. A disrupted rack. Some heavy pressure by the Qua Monks on the rack, and there we go, trying to walk over the ball. The Homeboys losing the ball on that rack. Referee saying that was an open ball. Not so sure myself, but the ref is the law when it comes to this game. And now the Qua Monks having ball in positive territory. Swinging from one side to the other. Finally, referee calls tackler not releasing for the Homeboys. Qua Monks in the Homeboys 22 with a penalty advantage. What choice will they make? On the ball, Chipu graduate. Zeph on the ball at halfback for the Qua Monks, with a chance to create something off the scrum. He looks at his attacking line, points an instruction. Referee looks at something he doesn't like. A substitute by the Qua Monks rather. And off the field goes Hassan Wambani. Fresh legs on the wing after the hard work. Now a chance to put in. Spread it wide. And they keep spreading. A goose doesn't work. The defender is alive for the Homeboys. They have to stay composed, have to stay disciplined, and just as I say it, the handling error by the Qua Monks and a gift for the Homeboys, surviving that short onslaught. A chance to break out from a scrum. 12-7 the score. 1 score game. Anything can happen from any point when it comes to sevens. Might be a sprint, might be a kick. We've seen them all so far. Especially in a 1 score game of such magnitude. A dummy switch there, not sold. Homeboys trying to seal the rack. And now they swing it one side. As they exit their own 22. Complete the ball on the wing. 1 attacker, 2 defenders. The rack is secure. And now the questions, can they reset? A bit of indecision off the rack there. Still maintaining possession of the ball. Homeboys Rugby taking it slow, probably trying to control the tempo of the game. Oh, some indecision, but led to a very heavy hit. Collision of the head and shoulder there, earning Qua Monks a yellow card. Last play, and the Monks are reduced to 6. All while Homeboys are getting a scrum put in. Perhaps commit the players in to one space with the man advantage. But Qua Monks opting not to have a sweep on the scrum. Rather have 3 on their feet than have 2 on their feet. The Homeboys spread across the field. Sweeper picks and runs blind. Some steps there trying to beat the man. An offload off the ground. Can Homeboys benefit on the last play? Commit and release. A step in and taken down. Can they retain possession? Bit of pressure in their half. Homeboys retaining possession. Remember, man advantage, and it's a one-score game. Anything can happen. Pass out wide. A goose to shake the defender. And it's a try, and the scores are tied. Homeboys digging deep. Tying the scores 12-12. In the last play of the game. A conversion to decide. Conversion from out wide to decide if they can actually take the win. Has the legs, but not the accuracy. Full time, a draw. Homeboys 12, Qua Monks 12. A tough fixture, that one. Homeboys having to dig deep. And now jogging onto the field. UN Mean Machine. UN Mean Machine in the blue and the white. Gashier in the navy blue and orange strip. Both teams having a tough start in round one, and now with a chance to possibly get a win in round two. The chaotic play of trying to kick over the line by Gashier. We've already noted that. Mean Machine with a more physical game. More structure, trying to swing the ball from side to side. Which of the two will get their first win of the day here in round two? Or will it be a draw? Kickoff not retrieved. Or rather not fielded by Gashier. And Mean Machine managed to field it. Run it out wide and run round their man. Easy, easy, easy try at the center of the field. Grounded by Mean Machine. A quick try from kickoff. Presbyterian failing to field their kickoff. Machine getting on it and running it from one side of the field to the other. Pure speed and into the center of the field. Machine setting the tempo for this fixture. Mean Machine 5. Gashier 0 with the conversion to come. A good conversion setting up Machine there. $7-0 to the Mean Machine. Gashier with a poor start, not being able to field that kickoff. Hopefully they have their screws on right for this second kickoff and can respond. If not, it may just be a weapon for Mean Machine. The ball goes high and Mean Machine retain it. Another kickoff not fielded by Gashier. Mean Machine field it and swing it to the other side. Is the formula known? Contact on the wing. Now they bring it back. The Gashier defense giving Mean Machine so much thinking time, so much space. They have a man down, but a loose pass. Ball goes to the ground. And it was as it seemed. The loose pass was indeed a forward pass. Referee stopping the game for an injury. Looks like the kickoff is the one thing Gashier does not want to do in this game. 4. UN Mean Machine hungry for both kickoffs. Retrieving both of them so far, or rather the two that have happened so far, and instantly swinging it to the wing. Clear game plan to spread the defense on the field. Worked out for them so far, but now it's Gashier with a chance to play some rugby. Some indecision at the center of the field, an offload. Not so sure he committed the men. Two defenders, referee calls the tackle, they have to release him. Gashier with a chance. Goes straight into contact right there. And now the Mean Machine decide if you want to burn energy, we can burn it. Trying to hold up the Gashier attacker. A bad pass, a loose pass. Giving the loose pass almost gifted Mean Machine an interception, but it was a forward pass. Gashier then managed to get a play, but got turned over. Mean Machine with their now usual swinging ball from one side to the other. A simple try using the edges of the pitch. Swinging from one side to the other. Committing the numbers one side and committing numbers the other side. It looks easy, but it's not, ladies and gentlemen. Defending a moving ball across 70 meters isn't as easy as it looks. Lots of running, lots of hits. And of course, if you're not communicating, the gaps end up opening, as is the case. Conversion good. A beautiful curve there. Looked like it was going out, but went in. Machine now leading with 14. Benefiting off of the Gashier errors. First try coming from a kickoff error by Gashier. Second try. Just Gashier not capitalizing on their moments. Space appearing on the edges of the field for Mean Machine. Looking composed, looking disciplined. Better than their first game of the day. They might just be getting their first try of the game. Sorry, the first win of the day. An injury break. And we're back live. Machine with the kickoff. Will Gashier now take it? Seems like it's the one thing they don't have, an allergy for kickoffs, costing Gashier. Machine getting the ball and swinging it one side. A fight to get the defender's hand off the jersey. A pick towards the blind. Another pick and an offload. What will the referee call there? It's a try since the grounding was okay. Mean Machine looking in control of this game so far. 19-0. No response from Gashier. As the hooter goes off, signify the first half. Conversion is short. Score remains 19-0 to Mean Machine over Gashier. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us now, we've had about 4 hours of some good rugby so far today. I think we're going over the 4-hour mark just about now. We had the first round early in the morning, chilly weather. This is round 2, almost coming to a close. On the field, Machine versus Gashier Rugby. Machine leading 19-0. 2 converted tries and 1 unconverted. A brilliant moment to say thank you to our tournament sponsors, HELA BET, our main sponsor and betting partner. Asa Essence, keeping us smelling fresh with perfumes, body splashes and cologne. Poktamu here on the ground, our official food partner. Some sweet fried pork and chicken. Nordwave, keeping us alert with the scores across the day and what has happened so far. It has been A good day so far of pre-season sevens rugby here at the Juja Sevens 2026. Usiboeke nyumbani tafadhali. Come and join us here in Juja. Yes, the world is focused on the World Cup in football, but in rugby in Kenya, the National Sevens circuit is in 2 weeks, beginning with the Prince Louis Sevens. And that's why we're here in pre-season with the Juja Sevens 2026. Meanwhile, on the field, UN Mean Machine versus Gashier. Second half kicks off. Mean Machine leading 19-0. Slippery ground there. Beats the defender on the wing. Now to go all the way. All the way. Nobody home. Sweet try by the Mean Machine. Chuma is indeed absolute, complete with the celebration. A 70-meter response after beating the man in the physical game on the wing. Gashier not having a response to everything Machine is doing so far. $24-0 with the conversion. And it goes against the post and the scores remain 24-0. Remember, every point counts in the Juja Sevens 2026 because the teams that will participate in day 2 in the cup will be ranked from number 1 to number 8. So simply being number 2 in your pool or even being number 1, if possible, may not be enough. Because there are 5 pools and 8 slots. 10 teams are fighting. 2 are going to drop. Kickoffs remaining an allergy for Gashier so far. A chronic one at that. Not being able to field a single one. Giving Mean Machine possession in their own half. From their own kickoff. Machine getting the scrum, running blind. And there we go. Another simple try. 29 by Mean Machine. 0 by Gashier. Gashier looking worse for wear now in the second half. Bodies on the ground. Tired feet. I did note during their first game that they did look like the underdog. Did make sure to mention that it's not about the size of the dog. But when you're 7 players without substitutes, you're the smallest dog when it comes to sevens. And you have to really show a fight. Conversion goes wide. Maintaining the score 29-0 for the Mean Machine. UN having a chance to maybe kill the negative deficit on the points ladder with this score. And Machine with another kickoff now deep. Can! It was just about can Gashier finally field it. But even if they did, a howler of a kick. A howler of a kick in their own 5. Lucky for them to have retained it. They run blind. It's 1 attacker, 2 defenders. An offload. Committing. And they clean the rack. Maintaining possession of the ball. Offloads on the wing by Gashier, but it's a scrappy ball. The Machine defense line. The line speed. Piling pressure on Gashier. Referee going back to a penalty advantage. Gashier having to look for some space. Butterfingers, loose pass. And now Mean Machine get on the ball again. And the story so far almost looking like a script. Gashier get the ball. Gashier make an error. Mean Machine score. The referee calling it at 34-0. Gashier not really having much they could have done against the Mean Machine onslaught. On the field, the Rift Valley first timers on form after getting a big win in their first game. The Menangai Oilers participating in the Juja Sevens for the first time. The KCA Sparks having lost the first game against the KCB Cubs. Need a win in the second game. But calling it an uphill battle is more than an understatement, taking on the Menangai Oilers. It's a Division 1 National 7 circuit side taking on a Division 2 National 7 circuit side. Remember, the circuit starts in 2 weeks and it begins at the Prince Louis Sevens in Nakuru at the Nakuru Athletics Club. Meanwhile, here in Juja, HELA BET making sure that the Juja Sevens can go on here in JKUAT, our main sponsor. And the Oilers kick us off. Sloppy fielding by KCA, but the referee brings it back. Leaving that kind of space to a Menangai Oilers kickoff is risky. They're lucky it was a handling error. KCA get to exit their half with a scrum. And they do off the back of the scrum. Spread it wide. Go into contact. Running the ball but loose hands there. Ball went back. Referee sees no issue there. Menangai Oilers trying to hold it up. Very uncomfortable spot to be in. The ball gets ripped off. Full counter by the Menangai Oilers. They held up the KCA attacker. Ripped the ball from his arms and instantly struck. Menangai Oilers setting the tempo as the sun finally shows up here at the JKUAT rugby field. It's been a cold morning. Just as cold as that miss on the conversion by the Menangai Oilers. Scores are Menangai Oilers 5. The KCA Sparks 0. The sun's out now, ladies and gentlemen. So kama ulikuwa mpanga kuja, heri ukuje tu sahi. It's cold is no longer a reason. It's now getting warmer here at the JKUAT grounds. KCA pouncing on a loose ball from kickoff, beating the defense. A break. Can he beat the last man? 2 chasers. Tries to keep it, but no. Referee calls not releasing. Just after taking some serious ground from the Menangai Oilers. 5 meters out. Just not enough. Almost gave the Oilers a response straight off. A kickoff. The Oilers choose to take a kick, but the kick doesn't look like it went out. KCA looking like they're ready to take the fight to Oilers. But Butterfingers just not finding the tempo, just not finding the hands. And previously just not finding the try. They may be down on the scoreboard, but they're not out. KCA Sparks clearly showing a fight against the Menangai Oilers. A star-studded Menangai Oilers, if I might say so. The likes of Kenya Simbas, Belda Dogeta, Chipu graduate James Asanga, Philip Okeo also in the mix for the Oilers. Alvin Cavoli previously in, but in this case, and they pick off the base, the Menangai Oilers. Transfer to the switch, trying to confuse the KCA defense. Ball retained in that rack. Some composure by the Oilers and hungry line speed by KCA, trying to land a hit. Halting the pass. All the Oilers flooded on one side. KCA also trying to force it. And they get a turnover. Not making it easy for the Oilers. Taking it quick. Trying to catch the Oilers napping, but the Oilers are disciplined so far. From one side to the other. And the referee spots that handling error. Must be said, taking on some teams, you'd rather have your game at tip-top. Yes, it is pre-season. Yes, we understand handling errors do happen, but when you're taking on a side such as the Menangai Oilers, when you have the ball, it would be more beneficial to have some clean hands when spreading it from side to side. Now the Oilers have the ball again from about 60 meters out. Already one try in. Okeo. Philip Okeo with a massive fend. Summoning some move from his brother's toolbook. That big hand that Jan Okoth would throw, Philip Okeo uses it in the middle of the field to rip the defense apart. Scores there 12-0 to the Oilers over the KCA Sparks. Philip Okeo with a lethal run, a massive fend-off to push the man out of his way. Goes over to the center and dots it. The Oilers again getting a chance to kick the ball. 2 tries in the first half so far for the Menangai Oilers. Remember to check on Node Wave if you want to know how the scores are going. Meanwhile, nobody's stopping the freight train. That is Builder Dogeta. Stop him if you can. From kickoff, retrieved and full speed into the try box. 3 tries without reply. The KCA Sparks looking like they were putting up a fight at the start of the first half, but now at the end, conceding 3 tries back to back to back. The fight seems to be dimming. Menangai Oilers showing their superior play. $19-0 so far. We are in round 2 of the games. It's a Pool E fixture. This is literally the last round. The last 2 games of round 2. Next game will be the KCB Cubs versus the Blizzards. Blizzards, of course, taking a mauling in the first round versus the Menangai Oilers. KCB Cubs having a big win over the KCA Sparks in their first round, the game of round 1. Looks like the story may be written already. But when it comes to sevens, you never know. A good time to say thank you to our sponsors. Hapa kwa ground, watu wako njaa bana. Na Geo Story, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Poktamu, our meal partner here, sponsoring us with pork and chicken here at the JQuad grounds. Eden Mark, our refreshments partner here, sponsoring us with fresh juices here on the ground. And if you are a fan here attending, juice iko kwa wingi. First Hub, our ticketing partner, making sure the fans are organized here at the JQuad grounds, making sure the entry is smooth. AO Imani Foundation, youth empowerment and development partner. Of course, when you're talking about sports, no better way to empower our youth. Hansen Advocates, our official legal counsel partner for any legal counselor you may need. They are based in Upper Hill in town. Beyond Borders, our official travel partner. As the second half begins, Menangai Oilers leading 19-0 over the KCA Sparks. KCA having started hungry when the game began. conceding easy tries at the end of the first half. And here we go, Builder Dogeta running around, offloading to the wing. The Menangai Oilers looking fluid so far. The fend just not going out, but managing to get the ball out. James Asanga with the pass to the wing. An easy try. Gets it back to James Asanga. Dots it down at the center of the field. Or will he? Yes, he does. Chipo graduate gets a try and gets on the scoreboard and the conversion. Scores now 26-0 to the Menangai Oilers. 4 tries without reply. KCA Sparks looking worse for wear so far. It's only the second half, second game, but if the scores continue as they continue, it will be 0 out of 2 so far today. Almost locking them out of Day 2 Cup action. Maybe having a chance to fight for the challenger. Meanwhile, high kickoff by the Oilers and retrieved. Oilers looking like a well-oiled machine. Getting a benefit. Referee returns it to the mark. As I was saying, Oilers looking real good so far in pre-season. Scoring off the scrum, scoring off the line-out, scoring off kickoff, retrieving the kickoff. You can see the presence and inclusion of their key players. Walking across the pitch, you can see Mueni coach Brezhnev Owiti, the guy responsible for that almost shocker of KCB versus Mueni few games ago. But KCB, of course, showing their class. Meanwhile, Menangai Oilers also showing their class. An easy try with a pass back in. KCA defense having no reply whatsoever. And now it's 33 for the Menangai Oilers. 5 tries, no reply. 4 converted, 1 missed. Menangai Oilers going for some serious experience with Elkins Musonye now on the pitch. Former Simbas, former Impala, now Menangai Oilers player / coach. Always a bag full of energy, of course, getting right into the action with that tackle. Serious player that one, and the defense rips apart. KCA splitting the defenders and the center post try. And a big boy celebration for a big boy try by the KCA. Splitting the defense and running straight through the center. 33-5 with the conversion. And now 33-7. Finally, KCA managed to give a response. After conceding 5, they give 1 back to show they're still in the fight. It's not over. If 4 went in the first half, 4 can go in the second half. A chance for KCA to now try kick and retrieve the ball, or kick deep and sit Oilers deep in their quarter, deep in their half rather. It bounces and they retrieve it. A tail of the effective kickoff. A pass out wide, the line speed by Menangai Oilers. Referee sees something he doesn't like. Offside by the Menangai Oilers. Sets the mark. Expecting the Oilers to be back. Informs them where they should be. KCA with a chance to sting the Oilers again. They run it short. Big shoulders on the wing. Seems there was a handling error there. Referee calls no try. As we go into the half, or rather, as the game ends, Menangai Oilers securing another big win. Menangai Oilers making it 2 for 2. KCA Sparks with 0 for 2, sadly. 2 big wins for the Oilers in their first edition. Thika Road Varsity-based side KCA not having a good day so far. Up next, the Blizzards, who will be taking on the KCB Cubs. KCB this time round joining the Juja Sevens, not only as partners but with 2 teams. The KCB Lions with 2 big wins in the first round, or rather 2 confident wins after Mueni threatening to shake them up. They had to put on their skill and show they are the national champions. The Cubs, on the other hand, going in versus the Blizzards. Blizzards with a loss in round 1, the Cubs with a big win in round 1. It looks like a story already written, but when it comes to sports, you can't really trust the score, or if you truly believe it, and are sure of the score, if you are really sure about the score, you can check our partner HELA BET. Hopefully they have these fixtures there. KCB versus Blizzards. Looks like a sure bet. I don't know. Maybe you know. Meanwhile, entering the field, the KCB Cubs versus the Blizzards. The Cubs in white and green, led by William Opaka. The Cubs in black and red. The amount of talent in KCB, to think some players are still parts of the Cubs. As I mentioned in game 1, the likes of Kevin Ochieng coming from the northern suburbs into KCB. Pacey, steppy sweeper there. William Opaka, a Chipu graduate from Cabras, now a key player in the KCB side. We see the likes of Stephen Osumba getting a start in the team this time round. And the Blizzards get us going. Switch move on the wing. William Opaka using his speed. Straight off kickoff. Too easy for the KCB Cubs, setting the tempo. They take their time. Of course, no rush if the defense has no rush. Finally grounds it. William Opaka, clean running line off a switch from the wing. And a 60-meter sprint from the KCB winger to set the tempo of the game. A conversion that is good. Score KCB Cubs 7, Blizzards 0. Kickoff here by the Cubs. Blizzards not fielding the ball. Tapping it into touch. Giving KCB a chance to now play the ball from a line out from deep in their own half. Poor choice there. Should have tried to hold it on rather than tap it. I think there was some reasonable distance before the defense. Would have been better to retain the ball, especially against such opponents. Line out to KCB. Referee picks his mark. Clean line out, nice and high. Back to the sweeper. There we go. We did mention Kevin Ochieng. The dancing feet of the young man from Northern Suburbs. One to watch definitely. Opaka again in space. And Opaka with a double. A pacey winger in space. Hard to reply to. Scoring from kickoff. And now scoring from one phase in a line-out. Stephen Osumba to try and convert. Has the power. Didn't have the compass. The score 12-0. KCB Cubs over the Blizzards. If you are just joining us now, Hapo kwa Rogue Rugby, remember, those buttons exist for a reason. Click that like, click that subscribe, comment on what you expect in the upcoming National 7 circuit. Let's keep the conversation of rugby going. A low kickoff meanwhile. But referee says it's not gone the 10. Another reminder to you as the law book, if the kickoff does not go 10 meters, the referee returns it to the 50-meter line and gives a half penalty to the other team. Very uncomfortable spot to be in. He's being held up, but one of the Blizzards players trying to pull him down, collapsing them all. That's what the referee calls. And the Cubs get a chance and they go for a line out again. The big boot of Stephen Osumba, guaranteeing meters from a penalty. The Cubs now with a line out again from about 30 meters out. Scored from a kickoff, scored from one phase. Can they score again and make it look easy versus the Blizzards? An easy line out. No tricks, no moves, just throw it to the man. A switch and another switch. Osumba tries to settle it with his feet. Shaky pass there. A fend on the wing. Now to reset by the Cubs. Pushing the hands, swinging the ball from one wing to the other, committing the defense. And a switch to open the defender. Beating two men. The Blizzards looking scared, barely tackling. A forward pass there spotted by the referee. The line speed by the Blizzards definitely missing, giving the Cubs too much comfort, allowing them to pass, allowing them to switch, allowing them to change direction and take the meters. Definitely need to address that. As the hooter goes off, 7 minutes, 12 points. Can they make it anything more than that? The dummy switch and the try off of one phase. The Cubs, of course, being dominant. Raising it to 19-0 over the Blizzards at halftime. The Blizzards not really having much of the ball so far. Not showing the hunger in defense. Getting punished in individual phases. One phase leading to a try. It's not looking so good. Then again, you would be intimidated taking on a Cubs side with so much talent. And that is ignoring the Lions side that is in another pool, also showcasing talent. Half time here at the Juja Sevens 2026. A reminder to you that you can get all the scores of the day from Nodewave, our official tech support partner, if you want to know how the match has been going. like to thank our main sponsors, HELA BET, official betting partner. Bucks, the designer, for helping us advertise with all the posters on the socials. And if you do need your posters and social media image done, please hit up Bucks, the designer. Asa Essence, making sure that you're smelling good on this Saturday with some good perfumes, body splashes and colognes. Pork Tamu, for making sure that we are fed here at the JQuat grounds to you, the fan who is coming to watch the game here. Edenmark, our refreshment partner for fresh juices, making sure that we have fresh juices hapa kwa ground. Meanwhile, kwa field, it's the KCB Cubs versus the Blizzards. Current score 19-0 to the KCB Cubs. Blizzards not having a response so far. KCB Cubs kicking us off for the second half. Blizzards finally getting a bit of a semblance of the ball, but now running into defense, trying to fight off the defender. Swinging the ball, finally playing. I think that may be their first phase of the day. And I do mean of the day, not of the game. Because that's what they've been doing, kicking over the defense line. Trying to disrupt the play. But now they give the KCB Cubs a line out slightly over the 50-meter line. About 49 meters to the try box for the KCB Cubs. A simple line out, no tricks, no moves, no nothing. They have the taller jumper. Why not just throw it to him? And switch. And KCB with the dummy and the offload. A hard run, beating one, beating two. Demolition derby on the wing, leading to a try. The Blizzards just losing the physical battle there. 24-0 so far, with Usumba going for the conversion. And he gets it. 26-0 to the KCB Cubs. As KCB Cubs keep making subs, keep switching out the players. Testing out their systems before the National 7 circuit that kicks off in Nakuru in 2 weeks' time. Literally 2 weeks' time. This day, in 2 weeks, we will be in Nakuru. And that's why we're having the Juja Sevens as a preseason tournament. A bad offload there, but it gets retrieved. A couple of bad hands and a simple try for KCB. A self-imposed try there. Error after error, bad pass after bad pass, loose offload after loose offload, all the way into their own try box, and the KCB players simply fell on top of it. 31, 33. 33. 33-0 so far. We can see after this game we'll be having Kiamu Rugby taking on Mueni Wakanda. Mueni Wakanda not really having as good a weekend as per their counterparts, Mueni Ravens, but they may have a chance to still get a win. On the field, the KCB Cubs with a blast of a kickoff, sending the ball straight out, gifting the Blizzards a half penalty at the 50-meter line. Can the Blizzards at least get something? pass out wide. So out wide, it finds his teammate outside the pitch. Innocent mistake there by the Blizzards, gifting the KCB Cubs a line out. Referee calls offside on that line out by the Blizzards. They take it quick. Isaac Njoroge trying to coordinate and create space in the middle of the field. Launches a loose pass. The contact game by Sunday out wide. KCB just committing the man, planting the man. Collision at the center again. Temporarily holding the attack. Njoroge again trying to run it wide. Leaves the switch, and KCB, the Cubs, tearing through the center of the Blizzards. Trying to get the ball out wide. Lazy defender there. Not wanting to make that tackle, making the try simple for KCB Cubs. 38 the score so far, but that was the final play. Maybe the conversion to make it better. Last action of the day. Conversion missed. KCB Cubs 33, Blizzards 0. Now getting onto the field, the Mueni Wakanda taking on Mount Kenya University. Mueni Wakanda, of course, in the black and yellow strip. Mount Kenya University in the navy blue. I believe both teams not getting a win in their first round. Or rather, both teams getting a win in their first round of games. Sorry, the confusion. Mueni Wakanda coming off a loss in round 1, and MKU getting a win in round 1. Mueni Wakanda needing a win now, more than ever, at the beginning of round 3. Some tough defense to drive the attack out of the field. A last gasp needed by Mueni Wakanda. Maybe get a win, possibly play the challenger tomorrow. Be sure to join us here at Rogue Rugby TV. Or join us here at the JQuat Rugby Grounds. While Mueni Wakanda on the field, get a scrum in the opponent's half. Transfer the pressure. Castro Odhiambo with the step in and the loose switch. And they swing the ball again. Mike Karani swinging the ball out wide. Some collision by Mueni's Elvis. Mike Karani now forced to be the distributor off the rack. And more swinging, Kioko at the center of the field, trying to goose to create the gap. Dummies, Conrad. Castro through the center, trying to keep his feet. Taking the game to MKU. Mueni with a good spell of possession. Can they benefit off of it? Referee sees something he does not like. Gives MKU possession. MKU instantly put it on the boot. Want to play in the Wakanda half. Castro Odhiambo. Castro now goes into the job of distributing. MKU piling pressure on the scrum, getting a turnover. The ball is swung out wide. MKU now getting the time to get on the ball, but they get bundled out. Solid tackle by Mike Karani to dump the attack out of the field. A line out to Mueni Wakanda. A seesaw game so far. Attack one side, attack the other, but both have not yet managed to translate it into points. Bit of a dance for the line-out move there. Mueni Wakanda swinging the ball wide. In, out, and beating the man. But he takes the hit. He takes the hit. Referee confirming from his assistant referee. Looks like the ball bounced off. Bounced off an MKU player. Mueni now getting the chance to play from their own half. Fight in contact in the air. Advantage to Mueni. Remember, you're not supposed to have contact with the player in the line-out. While in the air. Mueni now having another chance to convert, or rather to take more ground, but they opt to run it. Swing wide again. Control and possession by Mueni. Discipline needed, just as they need the win. A poor pass and a poor reception. Referee says it's okay, ball went back. Swinging the ball from one side to the other. Mike Karani there, distributing the ball, trying to get it to the wing. Castro Diambo. Another loose pass. Referee going to the pocket for that one. An intentional obstruction of play, tapping the ball down intentionally. Now MKU down to 6. Scores are even. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is round 3 of the group stage today of the Juja Sevens 2026. Both of these teams have had a loss and a win. MKU with a loss and a win. Mueni with 2 losses so far. They need a desperate win if they want to play day 2. I keep repeating, it's 5 pools. Each pool has 4 teams. And the main cup will be played by the teams ranked 1 to 8. It won't just be automatic that topping your pool or being number 1 and number 2 in your pool are going to guarantee you play the cup. It will be ranking, courtesy of having 5 pools. First half coming to an end here. Barren draw. Mueni, MKU, none being able to break the deadlock. Playing mostly between the 22 and the 22. None really piling pressure in the opponent's red zone. I keep mentioning the red zone for those of you who may be watching this for the first time. The red zone is from the 22 to your own try box. You do not want to be in your red zone. And of course, on the other side of the field, if you are in the opponent's 22 to their try box, that is your green zone. That's where you want to be in. Both teams not seeing each other's red zone so far. Not scoring against each other so far. That random point of the day where we thank HELA BET for granting us an opportunity to host this tournament, our main tournament sponsors and our betting partners. can see the USIU A marshals warming off on the side of the pitch. I think we can also see Presbyterian University also on the side of the pitch. Thank you for joining in and watching on the stream. I'd like to thank the teams themselves for being able to be here for the preseason. Here on the ground, our beverage partners, our food partners, Tamu. Mueni getting control of the ball in the second half. It's a 0-0 draw between Mueni, Wakanda and MKU. Mueni swinging the ball from one side to the other. And Mueni's Elvis breaks the line. Try time, and Mueni, Wakanda break the deadlock over MKU. A try in the corner. Swinging the ball from side to side, finally breaking the MKU defense. Felix Kioko getting a chance. Will he score from the edge? He slices it wide. 5-0 to Mueni Wakanda. MKU now have to master a response. And an opportunity arises from kickoff, with Mueni Wakanda kicking the ball to MKU. A tense affair so far. Kioko raising the kick. A lift and a catch. A penalty for the offside, a knock on. For those of you who don't understand how that's a penalty, if you knock the ball and your teammate is ahead of you, touches the ball or obstructs it, that is now an offside and a full penalty instead of just being a knock on, as has been in that case. Mueni losing the ball. A scrappy game so far. Going from a knock-on penalty to a knock-on in the rack. Seems the only way possession is changing in this game is through error. MKU with a raft of changes, swapping almost the entire field. I actually do think they've swapped the entire field. 7 changes for MKU. Meanwhile, Mueni Wakanda swapping their forwards. Bringing in Dege, a big hard running man. Knock on there. Mueni benefiting from the front row substitute. Definitely walking off of that scrum, piling the pressure, winning possession in the MKU half. Swinging Castro Odhiambo now on the wing, tests his defender but gets bundled out. That was a warm shoulder waiting to get hit. Now MKU with a line out from their 22. Referee calls the lineouts not straight, just error after error after error. It's a knock-on, then a bundled play out of play, then now a throw, not straight. Possession changing from error after error after error. Each team seems not to be staying sharp in retaining possession. Remember, the score is 5-0. It's a one-score game. Converted try by MKU will flip the entire script. But so far, Mueni Wakanda looking like they are in control. A dummy in space. Ruck retained there. Surviving the hit by MKU, trying to challenge the ruck. There goes the big man we mentioned, Ndege. Mike Karani breaks and steps in. Will he make it? Barely. Kyoko, unsure but testing for space. Prodding through and gets a try. Going one side. Then going the other after spotting there was nobody on the blind side. Felix Kyoko setting the score at 10-0. And Mueni Wakanda looking more in control of this one. Castro Odhiambo with the conversion to take. Conversion out wide. Every point being relevant. Will he make it? Has the legs. Doesn't have the compass. Referee calls the end of that. A good game, a first win of the day for Mueni Wakanda. 10-0 over MKU. 10-0 over MKU. 2 tries in the second half. Granting Wakanda the first win of the day. Up next, USIU. A Marshals will be taking on Kiamu. Another set of 2 teams without a win. One win may decide whether they play tomorrow or not. There still will be the Challenge Series, where number 9 to number 17 will be playing and participating. Obviously, number 1 to 8 will be in the main cup. Number 17 to 20, thank you for participating in day 1. I think pre-season should be telling you need to do a lot more if you end up in those slots. USIU in the yellow, Kiamu in the mixed up purple and white strip. This is round 3 of the day. If you want to see the scores across the day, remember, visit NodeWave. Link should be on the description right down here. Click that and see the scores across the day. We've been here from around 8:30 in the morning, from round 1, round 2, and now this is round 3 of games. 10 games in each round. And now Kiamu kicking us off. Receiving. USIU. Alan Odio fielding the ball, committing the man and creating the space. Kwame with a hard run. Big lock with long strides, trying to make sure he's punishing. Odio turns into the distributor. Loose pass out wide, settled by the feet. Loose hands there, butterfingers on the offload. Handling errors, gifting Kiamu the ball. Referee goes back to the handling error by USIU. Can't fail to acknowledge some experienced heads in the USIU side, the likes of Alan Odio. Also a Chipo graduate from back in the day. Former Kenya Harlequins. Nakuru RFC player. A halfback with some lethal skill on him. Now in the USIU side. Kiamu getting the scrum. The feed is good. They retain it. Can they now create the space? Almost intercepted, but bounces back. Referee there. Not liking what she's seeing on the rack. Bit of consultation with the AR. And a scrum. USIU ball. Seems the referee called not releasing the ball while on the ground. Alan Odio again with the distribution duties. Takes on the line. And doesn't make it. Alan Odio again. Now with the choices, take on the line. USIU prodding into the Kiamu defense, asking the questions. It's a matter of if they'll find the answers. Dono Chieng trying to spread the field. Pivots and brings it back. Spreading from one side to the other. Using the space, Kwame. And it's a simple try. Phase after phase after phase across 60 meters. Just doing the basics right. Moving the ball from one wing. Forcing your defensive line, forcing that defensive line to have to swing one side, then swing the other. By the time they come back on the third swing, space appears on the wing and you can give your tall lock the ball on the wing to score a try, a conversion to make it even better. USIU setting the tempo. Definitely showing that they're better. They take it close. A low conversion. Fed it to Baron. Hot stepper. Ball off the rack. And a switch into traffic. Kiamu trying to get that ball and they do a turnover. Finally, Kiamu getting a chance. They choose to take it quick. Challenge the USIU defense line. USIU now look to be on the ball. Referee calls to release. The rack was secure. A loose offload there. Carrying into contact. Kiamu trying to find some stable ground during this game. Chaotic play. A dummy for the kick and doesn't kick. An offload now. Swinging both sides, some contact, pushing the defender into the ground. A handling error there. Seems there was a handling error in the rack by USIU when trying to go for the turnover. Gifting Kiamu a scrum from about 65 or so meters out, or 70 meters out, I'd rather say. Can they exit their half and maybe do something to respond to the USIU score? Results in a penalty for USIU. Now USIU, Dono Chieng taking it quick. Looking for the offload. Alan Odio commits, releases, sets his wing up in space, but can he break the two men? And he does. Crashes over the line. USIU looking in control of this one. Might just be their first win of the day if it goes on this way. Kiamu, on the other hand, looking worse for wear. Not providing a response. Barely getting on the ball. Hope the coach informs them during the halftime circle on what's going on. A good time during halftime to thank our sponsors. HELA BET, our betting partner during the Juja Sevens 2026. Asa Essence, our official scent partner. Pork Tamu here on the ground, our official food partner, serving us pork and chicken here at the JQuat Rugby Grounds. Nordwave, our official tech support partner, keeping us up to date with the live match updates. If you want to know the scores across the day, check out Nordwave. First Hub, our official ticketing partner, ensuring that fans are streaming in and leaving the venue on time and properly without any hindrance. Eden Mark, our official refreshment partner, with fresh juices, helping us across the day. If you are joining us now online, this is the Juja Sevens here on Rogue Rugby. I am your host, David Mango. I will be with you across the day. We have had one session and 2 sessions, and now we are in the 3rd session of the day, final session of the day. Teams have been fighting for 8 slots in the cup, and for those 8 slots, the teams will be ranked number 1 to 8, depending on how you won and by how many points you won. So everything you concede and score is a factor. Number 9 to 17 will play in the Challenger Trophy tomorrow. Number 18 to 20, asanteni sana for showing up for day 1. Tupatane sele mmefanya pre-season muzuri. Meanwhile on the field, Dono Chieng chasing the kickoff and passes it in for a finish. USIU in cruise control currently. Kwame with a double. The tall lock, of course, running it in from a retrieved kickoff. And the conversion is good. USIU definitely stamping authority on this one. Three tries so far for USIU, followed by a lineout that does not make the 10. A kickoff that does not make the 10 just after having a beautiful try off a kickoff that they retrieved. The consistency is always wanting when it comes to Kenyan rugby. And in this case, it has shown a half penalty to Kiamu, granting them a chance to maybe give a response. Kiamu looking way more aggressive now, but now leaving the ball open. USIU pouncing on it. An offload, a loose ball. Ref says play on. Heavy hit there through the offload. USIU trying to get on the ball, but it fails. Handling error following a forward pass. A scrum to Kiamu. It just starts to look like it's a matter of USIU granting Kiamu the ball and Kiamu not taking an opportunity to punish those chances. We've seen some good rugby so far today. Some serious teams, the likes of the national champions, the KCB Lions, the Menangai Oilers, giving us some high-tempo rugby, clean punishment from any set piece. We've seen the Zitec Oaks, the host, the JQuat Cougars, also looking ideal so far. Off the line out now. Tackler not releasing, says the referee. And Kiamu get another penalty. The game is indeed start and stop. Penalty after penalty after handling error after handling error. And somehow Kiamu seem not to want to capitalize on the offers. USIU on the other hand, barely trying to be that disciplined in defense. Referee, arm is up from the infringement across the ruck by Dono Chieng and the interception. But referee goes back to that offside from the ruck. Kiamu looking worse for wear, walking on the field during attack. Not looking so convincing. USIU on the ball. Picks and runs blind. A loose offload. And the ball goes out. It is indeed a scrappy fixture. One of the scrappiest across the day. We assume tired legs. 3 rounds of games are exhausting. And it does get tough. USIU capitalizing off the Kiamu lineout. Scoring a 4th. Fred Okoth makes it look easy. And the conversion is good by Waswa. USIU clearly taking this one by the scruff of the neck. 4 tries unanswered. Kiamu Rugby looking worse for wear after 3 games. It's the final game of the day for them. And if they lose all 3, it's not looking like they'll be here for day 2. As the hooter goes off, and another line out by Kiamu, given away, and Fred Okoth with the same running line. Almost scripted. 2 tries off the bench by Fred Okoth. Punishing Kiamu twice off the same mistake. An overthrown line out straight into his hands, and he runs it in twice, back to back. An implosion by Kiamu there, especially in the second half. Full time. USIU stamping the authority on that fixture. Five unanswered tries to Kiamu's 0. Meanwhile, game coming up. The Mueni Ravens taking on the Presbyterian University. Mueni Ravens having 1 win over the Stallions so far and a loss against the KCB Lions. Where Presbyterian University not getting a win so far. Desperately need a win if they want to be in discussion for playing in day 2. Meanwhile, for Mueni, getting a second win may have them in the story for a cup slot in the quarterfinal. Remember, you can check the scores, the live scores on Nord Wave, our official tech partner. Dennis Odor leading his side. Can hear the Mueni fans raising their flags here at the ground. Presbyterian University in the purple or in the blue, depending on your scope. Meanwhile, Mueni in the yellow and black, exchanging the pre-match ritual for the standard circle formation before kickoff. The blend of Juja Sevens, where Division 1 and Division 2 sides meet up for pre-season rugby. Brought to you courtesy of HELA BET, our main tournament sponsor. Bruce Bryan for Mueni kicks us off. And water chase by Alan Solano. Presbyterian University trying to shift the ball out wide. Find themselves taken out. Gaspar Dola bundling the attack out of the field. No, sorry, I think that's Edwin Masinde. And a clean line out by Mueni. Now they swing the ball out wide and a switch. Bruce Bryan, loose hands on the switch. Poor communication there between Alan Solano and Bruce Bryan. Presbyterian University beating the man, taking the man. An offload back in. Referee sees something she did not like. Seems that the Presbyterian winger stepped out. A line out to Mueni, granting Calvin a clean throw. Edwin Masinde on the wing, a chance to test his feet. And he does, he puts it on the boot. Any chasers? Mwangi tries to close it down but gets stepped. First and second and third. Presbyterian benefiting off the broken play. Can they reset? Get Mueni on the back foot. Trying to swing it to the wing, trying to probe into the Mueni area of the pitch. Resulting in a knock-on. Now Mueni with a scrum from their own 22. These are two Division 2 sides normally in the National 7 circuit. However, Mueni normally looking like the better performer. Having been the most recent in Division 1. Bruce Bryan leaving his defender on the ground, changing direction. Quick reaction, but the referee saying Mueni with some hungry defense. Captain Dennis pushing it in. Brian Kinara throwing the attack on the ground. Referee again saying they're not liking what she's seeing. Resets the quick take by setting the mark. Presbyterian University going for the line out, opting to take the meters. Perhaps get a friendly line out in the Mueni 22. Remember, Mueni already have a win today over the Stallions. A second win would put them in contention for a cup slot tomorrow, especially in their pool, where KCB has been so dominant. Captain Dennis picks blind. Picks blind again, offloads on the inside. Referee calling the collapse with the ball inside. Decides to go into the pocket, and Presbyterian taken down to 6. Referee consulting around. Trying to understand the decision. Or rather, get some information before making her decision. Presbyterian University, as I said, down to 6 with a yellow card. Chance for Mueni Ravens to possibly increase the lead, be comfortable. We've had about 5 hours worth of games so far today. 10 rounds, 2 rounds of 10 games each, sorry. And this is round 3, final rounds of the group stages. As teams try to secure that last slot. Ball off the scrum. Poor hands. Mueni going into the half with a lead. Mueni going into the half with the lead. Not a perfect lead. One try doesn't really make much of a difference when it comes to sevens rugby. But if you're given the option to have a try or not have one, you'd rather have one. I'd like to take our time to thank you all fans who have attended, all of you who are watching, all of you logged into a live stream today on Rogue Rugby TV. Asante sana for checking in. I hope your Saturday is as entertaining as the action on the field, or better. Started with a chilly morning, slight drizzle. Then the sun came out and it's clear skies here in Juja. We've seen some good rugby so far. The national champions KCB Lions have entertained us. The Menangai Oilers have been around. Black Blood, USIU, they have been part of this. Homeboys Rugby have been part of this. USIU Marshals, Mueni Rugby. Presbyterian University, Kiamu Rugby. The Blizzards. Just to mention a few. KCA Sparks. The Zetec Oaks. All you teams that have participated in the preseason of the Juja Sevens, thank you for participating. I'm not to entertain sana. You'll never fault the effort you're putting to be on that field. It's not easy to have a perfect game. Meanwhile, the second half between Mueni and Presbyterian University kicks off. Brian Kinara gets the ball on the wing. Breaks the line. Can't beat the last man. Gets to his feet. Tries to reset. Bruce Bryan now turns into distributor from the scrum. From the rack, sorry. A poor pass. And referee calls it a handling error. The pass just not going to the hands. A bit too low for him. Of course, some displeasure from the fans on what that was. Was it a knock-on or not? Referee already made their choice. And in this spot, the ref has the final say. Presbyterian University now with a chance to sting Mueni from about 60 meters out. They kick through. Pressure on Mueni. Edwin Masinde puts the gas down. Can he beat the last man? Runs out of real estate on the wing. but manages to at least get the lost ground back for Mueni. Fascinating thing about wingers in Kenya. It's not as easy always saying they should cut back. Sounds like a basic skill, but a lot of people don't have it. Scrappy line out there. Now it's Mueni ball with their line out. The day gets longer, the more the errors keep appearing. Mueni with a clean transition. Lift their captain. Calvin with the ball. Brian Kavita tries to punch through the center line. Bruce Bryan trying to snipe at the center. And there we go, the man himself. Gaspadola opening the side mirror and going over the line for Mueni Ravens. Bruce Bryan to give us the conversion. And it's in. Mueni now with a buffer. Deep in this second half. Third game of the day. Tired legs. And now they reset. Kicking high, kicking deep. The chase doesn't guarantee possession. Referee sees the handling error there by Presbyterian University. Mueni with another chance to strike from the Presbyterian half. About 35 meters away from the try box. Ball goes off the scrum. Bruce Bryan with the distributor. Gaspadola again, trying to take on his man. But this time he sets up. Referee spots a handling error in that track. Ball to ground as Mueni Ravens make some substitutes. Scrum by Presbyterian on the last play as the hooter has gone off. Mueni's 2 tries, giving them the game. Presbyterian not being able to get over the line so far. This will be the Mueni Ravens' second win of the game, of the day. While it will be a third loss for the Presbyterian University. Remember, you can catch all the scores live on Nodewave to see all the scores and all the action across the day. Presbyterian trying to get something. Trying to swing the defense from one side to the other. But the Mueni defense the ball is kicked over the line. Will the sweeper get it? And he kicks it dead. And Mueni Ravens take their win. 2 out of 3 in day one for the Mueni Ravens. Next fixture. Next fixture of the day. Homeboys Rugby versus Gashier. Both teams not having a win so far. It's Pool D action in round 3. Of course, the fixtures shuffled for round 3. Homeboys looking for that one win. Gashier looking for that one win. Homeboys in the yellow and green strip. Gashier in the blue and orange strip. The referee kicks off. Seems the Homeboys player stepped out. A line out to Gashier. And now a handling error by Gashier in the line out, granting Homeboys the ball again. It's error after error in the first minute of this Group D clash. Referee sees something he does not like. We're going from penalty to penalty to penalty. And now Gashier has the ball again. Not boding so well for the tempo of the game. Bad pass there. Trying to beat the Homeboys line speed, but only ends up losing ground for Gashier. Homeboys line speed, keeping the attack honest. Referee calls hands on the ground. Resets the penalty by returning the player back to the mark. Homeboys scrambling in defense, trying to get that ball back. Trying to put themselves in a position where they can score. But right now they are in the defense. And Gashier is testing them. A quick take. And a counter. The rack is secure. Homeboys players sat deep, but opting to snipe on the edge of the rack. Trying to go between two people, commits and releases. And Homeboys open their account in game 3 over Gashier. With a try off. Commit and release. Planting the defender, then unloading the ball in space. Homeboys on 7 points. Taking the lead over Gashier so far. The first half, round 3, Pool D fixture. Ball not going 10, gifting Gashier a penalty, a half penalty at the halfway line. I always find it funny when we can score the conversion from 15 meters out, but we can't kick the kickoff to go 10 meters. Then again, the conversion from 15 meters out is never a guarantee either. Gashier passing right into the hands of Homeboys. What an intercept. A gift through the center of the field. Gashier trying to build some phases, trying to confirm that they can attack, only to confirm that they can also be attacked as the hooter goes off for the first half. And just as I said about the kick from 15, that conversion is missed. Homeboys 12, Gashier 0. A slow tempo first half full of errors. But Homeboys have had the upper hand. A good time to remind you about our sponsors, HELA BET. Our main sponsor and betting partner. Making sure that this day goes on smoothly. Pork Tamu here on the ground. Our food partner. Making sure that we have food here on the ground for you who is asking, should I go? What if I am not? What if I don't get food at the field? Don't you worry. We have food on this side. Lots of pork and chicken for you. Eden Mark, our official refreshment partner, giving us fresh juices. AO Imani Foundation, youth empowerment and development partner. When it comes to sports, youth empowerment and development is a given. Homeboys going into this second half. A reset, and the ball still does not go 10. Now gifting Gashier a chance to run the ball from a half penalty. Contact in the middle of the field. Gashier trying to look for that space that they couldn't find in the first half. Picking from the base, going for the contact. The turnover there, referee calls holding on by the Gashier player. Homeboys get on the ball. Instantly, run the ball all the way. Try time by Homeboys. Taking the score 17-0 with a conversion to come. Scoring a counter from scrappy play by Gashier. And the conversion is in. 19-0 by Homeboys. May just be their best game of the day. In round 3, the final game of the day. Then again, it is a decider on whether they will come for day 2. A solid hit from kickoff. Homeboys line speed, piling pressure on Gashier. Not allowing them to come up with ideas, not allowing them to think freely. And they go for the boot. They'd rather go over the defense line than through it. Homeboys field it. Chaser has the ball and decides to punish through the center of the field. And he does. Being chased back down, gets the try. 24 with the conversion to come. The conversion is good. 24-0. Gashier helpless in this second half. Conceding without response, losing the physical battle. Losing the handling battle, as you can see. Giving out the penalties. Gifting Homeboys opportunities to play on the ball. Different from the junky first half that we had. Rigid first half. Looks like in the second half it's opened up for the Homeboys. And the DJs will get their win. And they run blind. A kick through. A chase. But can he now pile pressure on that chase after losing it? The Gashier sweeper trying to change direction again and again, trying to beat the man. Chooses to offload. Numbers gone. Can Gashier do a counter across about 80 meters of the field? Oh no, they can't, and a handling error there. Homeboys try taking it quick, but since it's a knock-on, it has to be a scrum. Referee playing, deciding not to play any form of advantage. Scrum for Homeboys from about 30 meters out. Committing and releasing. Offloads in space. And Homeboys get another. Looks like the floodgates opened for Gashier in the second half. Penalty try there, courtesy of the tackle. Granting Homeboys 31, courtesy of the 7 points from 24. The hooter goes off. Last play of this game. You can see the blizzards on the edge of the field, waiting to take on the KCA Sparks. Referee calls it a day for the two teams. Homeboys the sure win, confident win. Now they just wait to know their rankings, to know where they will be tomorrow. Edge of the field, you can see the KCA Sparks. You can see the blizzards getting ready to get on. Next game looks to be Blizzards versus the KCA Sparks. Some round 3 action. Getting onto the field. Both teams desperately needing a win too. Blizzards with 2 losses so far, 1 in round 1, 1 in round 2. KCA, of course, trying their best but also losing in their 2 starting fixtures. Remember, Nordwave has all the day's fixtures and results. And you can catch up to all the action that has happened today. The kickoff. Referee deems the kickoff not to have gone 10. Awards the Blizzards a half penalty at the halfway line. Not a good start for KCA. Starting with an error. Blizzards choose to tap and go. KCA, an offload on the ground. Blizzard swings out of the man, offloads the ball in space, steps back in. Can he beat the last man? And an offload. Try time by the Blizzards. Some flashy offload, some hard running. Getting a solid trim try. Some good teamwork there. Awareness of where the teammates were, where to put the offload, where to run, where to change direction. A lease of confidence for the Blizzards, especially with the first games. Can KCA respond from this kickoff? A high kickoff. KCA now with a chance to attack. Finally getting their hands on the ball for more than at least a few seconds. But they get bundled out. The touchline is also a defender. And if a winger runs at you on the touchline, you can bundle them out to your advantage. Smart choice of defense by the Blizzards. And now they have a line out slightly into their half. But the ball gets stolen by KCA. Referee calls for KCA line out now. And they get a clean line out. Swinging the ball from one side to the other. A loop round. Will he make it? And he does. Burns the last man. Gets over the line, runs it to the center. KCA respond. And get the conversion. We're back level. 7-7 by both sides. Remember, both sides need a win. If they want to stand a chance of playing anything tomorrow, let alone the cup. And now KCA get to chase the line out. A kickoff. And they retrieve the ball. Kick through the defense line, and the bounce is good. Can he stay stable? Goes down. An offload through the ground. Slight change in direction and dummies dancing through two defenders. Now they decide to swing the ball wide. Trying to beat the rushing defense line, but the defender holds on. Referee calls it back to the advantage. A sacrifice of one man. It's not a try though. Referee calls a forward pass. A solid tackle by Blizzards to make sure that pass did not connect. And the ball is out from the scrum. The Blizzards getting a chance to exit their half. They choose to go on the boot. It's a good bounce. Stays in. Stays in. Piles the pressure. And the referee awards Blizzards a try at 5. As the hooter goes off. Kwa job mzee. Hata mimi siwezi kama kwako nikuharibie. Ni job. Kama sio chakula wacha. Kuna food? Wewe leta. Hii na usizani. Eh? Labda food tu. Hapa sisi toka, sijui nini ziko. Sitoka hapa kutoka Ngware. Sawa. And a try by the Blizzards. Sorry for the interruption there. Lazima tujuliane hali. Watu wanajali hali yangu huku. Nashukuru sana. A try by the Blizzards. Keeping the fight going. Remember, both teams need a win if they're to be in the discussion to show up for day 2, let alone play anything in day 2. Referee calls the half. Both tries. Blizzards versus the KCA Sparks. Must-win game for teams that want to play in day 2 in any form or fashion. Blizzards scoring at the end of that first half, getting some confidence to take on the KCA Sparks. Now getting more possession. KCA with the tackle, keeping the defense alive. Blizzards now swinging the ball from one side to the other, then returning it back to the point of pressure, maybe trying to see if they'll prod a hole if the defense shift quickly. Passing the ball, then instantly being asked to be the distributor off the rack. The life of sevens, of course. You have to be ready to play all the roles. And a kick through. Tried to keep it in, but definitely couldn't. Now the Blizzards getting to play the ball from the 40-meter line, 40 meters to the line. Can they do it in a phase? Can they do it in a break? Can they do it in a set piece that they have trained in practice? These are the questions we ask in pre-season. Breaking through the line, the KCA defense remains resolute. Trying to hold on. Bothering the rack, but a bit too late. A nasty pass there by the Blizzards, costing them a lot of meters. A big hit and a run over the man. Referee takes it back. The kick went straight out. The Blizzards looking more confident all of a sudden, especially after their try at the end of the first half. Asking questions of the KCA defense. KCA, on the other hand, looking different from the tempo that they had in the first half. But now they have a line out and a chance to attack the Blizzards. Wide passes going over the defense line, going over the men. A switch through the center. Can he fight? And an open turnover, leaving the ball for the Blizzards to just take it. Ball on the platter, nobody over that track. Blizzards trying to look for a response that will result in them being out of their own half. And as usual, they go for the boot, but the boot isn't so good. KCA retrieve possession in a good area. Ref gives the penalty, something he didn't like. It's taken quickly. Swung to the wing. And the Sparks go over. It's fight after fight here in round 3. The conversion to come. Hits the post and goes over. A brilliant kick to get the extra 2. Is that the momentum shifter? Has KCA gotten back in the driving seat of this game? More pressure. KCA piling pressure deep into the Blizzards' half. Blizzards, though, getting a penalty off of that track and a chance to respond from deep in their half. They have the numbers out wide, but can they use them? Shifting the ball. Poor hands in an opportunity. The gap was open, but the poor pass just killed the space. Lethal change in direction. beating the first man. A wide pass. Blizzards challenging that KCA defense, but it's error after error. As the hooter goes off, it's now or never for the Blizzards. Change in direction being used as a tool for attack right now by the Blizzards. And KCA managing to weather the storm. And now, for two teams that not only share a name, but a road, a proper varsity derby, Black Blood versus the JKUAT Cougars. Of course, Black Blood being the Kenyatta University, JKUAT Cougars being the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Kenyatta derby perhaps? Maybe. The hosts take on Black Blood. Both teams 2 for 2 so far. Whoever gets the win is definitely topping the pool and might definitely have a slot in the quarterfinal. A tough semi-final coming up. Two varsity sides can spot the likes of Obert Kuke being featured in. The likes of Otete already been so functional so far in the day. Of course, our host, Masese Derek, for the Black Blood side. Meanwhile, for JKUAT, Davis Masinga on the ball gives us the kickoff. Mention the likes of Janai on the wing. Clearly waiting for something for the referee or for the center referee to enter the field. These two sides meeting this week. Didn't meet last week at the Met Sevens, but meeting this week in pre-season for the first time. Waiting for the center referee, of course. The JKUAT Cougars having a swan song of a season so far. Of course, getting promoted to Kenya Cup for the first time after an amazing KRU Championship season. Black Blood, on the other hand, having their highest ever Kenya Cup finish. Finishing third place in Kenya Cup. The two varsity sides now meet in sevens. A hard hit on the big man, Obert Kuke, trying to take it down. Major Mulongo with ball in both hands. Takes the switch. And it's gone. Otete doing what he does best. He did it in round 1 of the games. He did it in round 2. He's definitely going to do it in round 3, as he has. Switching the ball, the side of the ball. Switching the wings from kickoff, resulting in a try. Then again, not every team has a Major Mulongo feeding the ball to an Otete. You have to acknowledge the speed and the talent. Now JKUAT's turn to answer. They landed the hard hit, but Blood managed to keep the ball. Now can they keep the ball if Black Blood applies the pressure? Nicely retained. And now they shift the wing. Of course, trying to get the space. Running it over. Can he beat the last man? Bounces him off. But gets tumbled out. A hard run there. A hard run to bounce off the opponent. And we get an ambulance break. Always good to see a player get back on their feet after a hard hit. Solid run on the wing. Nothing wrong there. It's rugby. If you go high or get mispositioned, you will get a concussion. A solid hit on the wing by the Quad Cougars, setting the tempo. Of course, raising the tempo of the game. Of course, the fans now being happy to see a big hit, now know that the precedence is set. Everybody knows now that the game is serious. Black Blood lose a player, but they're still fighting. They still need to get that try. Half penalty to the Quad Cougars, and they take it quickly. Challenging the line. Quick offload on the ball. Catch and pass as fast as possible. Quad again with the advantage. Takes it, scratches it, and gets taken. Don't know what the referee decision is. He opts to reset. A scrum right at the 22-meter line for the Quad Cougars. Ball is fed. Get the ball out. A cut through the center, carves through the Black Blood defense, but they hold on. He's not going down yet, and now it's a ruck. Some quick thinking required by Quad. The dummy switch, and the ball is out. But will he be able to fight off? It's now turned into a brawl after the hard carry on the wing. The physical game is live. Swinging it from one side to the other, and a switch. Jaquat with a good spell on possession. Referee sees something he doesn't like. Hand in the pocket already. Use of the feet. A yellow card to Obat Kuke. Black blood. Referee trying to consult his AR. Asking about. Referee clearly having an issue with some fans on that side of the field. Having halted the game. Referee halting the game. An altercation of sorts on that side. Seems to be something to do with the fans. Seems to have halted the game entirely. And we are back. At Jaquat scrum. Remember, black blood have been reduced to 6. Obert Kuke's sin bin is over and he is back. Otherwise, for some few seconds, they were reduced to 5. Jaquat are leading. Black blood are leading, sorry. Collision on the wing. Very hard hit on the wing. A very physical game so far. We've already had to stretch a player off the field. Now some very hard collisions at the edge of the try box. A red card. A red card for that collision on the edge of the field. It did look like there was shoulder to head contact. And now Black are actually reduced down to 5 after that red card. Surely Jaquat have to capitalize on this. And a scrum taken. Successfully out of the scrum. Can they swing the ball wide and get an easy try? Runs back into the traffic with an offload. And that's a try for Jaquat. Nothing Black Blood would have done there. Being reduced to 5. then being locked into a scrum where 3 of your players are in, only 2 players are out to defend. And they're supposed to defend 4 players, the sweeper and the 3 backline players. Masinga with the conversion attempt. That's the first half. An entertaining half of rugby so far. Kenyatta Derby. The JKCA Cougars taking on Black Blood. Some of the Black Blood players not impressed by the referee's decision. Now being forced to play 6 men the rest of the game and already having gathered other yellow cards puts them at risk. The JKCA Cougars, meanwhile, on the other hand, looking disciplined, looking composed. Referee consulting his assistant on what to call there. Of course, little visibility with the fans on the touchline. Handling error by Jquat. They just can't get out of their 22. And now Black Blood have the ball again from about 35 meters out. They feed the scrum. Niko sawa. Asante. Eh? Kiasi. Hizi kunywa kitu mkiwa hapo unajua. Sikula ndadishi. Ndakuchapia. Sawa. Sizing up the defenders on the wing. Physical play there by Obat Kuke. Black Blood shifting it from side to side. And a try by Black Blood against all odds. The team with 6 outplaying the team with 7 players on the field. Goes to show you how crucial it is to move the ball around. Conversion is missed. Black Blood again looking like the team with the superior numbers, yet it's quite the opposite. Ay. Kabut. Kama upande hapo nishikie man. Nataka kudizi hapo. Ndio mimi. Polo. Goalkeeper. Bola kwa tondopa. Wewe upande hivi kwa mkono unaweza jitenga. Ni game tu moja. Wewe mimi sio kwanza. Mimi baba kwa ngwaro. Kamera iko na kila kitu. Kamera iko na plus iko connected. Shuka video bana, ndio karibu kwa.
Smart.
Boys wamedoaje leo? Boys wamedoaje leo?
One side is solid, one side
Kuna a lot to do improvement.
check home last week walikuwa na shida ya kick-off. They've not been attacked sana ya kick-off.
Wali improve hiyo from last time.
This week ya shida hapo kwa injury kidogo too many handling. Kama high school.
For level yao wanafaa kuwa much
Kucheza vizuri bila
sasa hafai kuwa na noko.
na shule mko ni pressure azini nimekupea shika. Si ati there's any pressure.
So mnarudi basics next week.
Hatuwezi kurudi basics. Level up we are not an age grade.
Niliona ile game ya KCB waliwakuwa kwa first half. Actually I was Elisha? No nasema first half si wangefanya second half kwani walikrak kama what's up? Jo walicheza kwa
jamaa waliweka sadia kama wana this is a muscle. You see, we play the big boys, you get used to it.
Ni amkusab kwa tactical kwa like strategy
their option.
Jual in their fresh fit
Their big option is like so since it will start from the street. So mtu wako bora
hapo na support gani? Uko na favorite? Unaenjoy tu game? Ni hata for now tumemaliza. Ule recruit mtu atacheza hiyo game next. Ule recruit mpya ataguza next game.
Sisi tumemaliza.
Nasema like the next tournament yani.
Like sahi imebaki pre-season sahi next weekend tunaenda camp alafu hiyo weekend nyingine ni pre-season.
Next weekend hakuna game yote. Yes, okay, so atacheza pre-season.
If he doesn't get it, I assume.
Man, I hope.
It's not.
Si maybe msimu over trainer sana mwezi sema hivyo.
Kazi ya chess. Siwezi jibu.
Wewe lazima upende him.
Odi. Huyo amekuja kuwekesha vitu zake kwa nyumba.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Alikuwa I think ana siendo alikuwa TV. So amekuja tu akanipea. Bakasai kuja.
But mostly wana communicate na marefu wengine nje ya game wakiwa. Ama
no, si yeye ni assistant.
Has a QR code. Go scan it. Register your account with HELA BET. The promo code is OOKO. Wale Wafaransa wanaita OOKO. We want to thank our event organizers of the day.
maana sema nilifurahia mapendo waliwapo. That was your sweet to. Yeah, that's all. First up damn. Hey, Simba. Ama?
Hapa naweza call kama amesema hivyo. Hapa naweza call.
We want to acknowledge our partners, starting from Rogue Rugby. Rogue Rugby, our media partners for today. Yes, and wanafanya livestream kutoka YouTube moja kwa moja. We also want to big up Bax the designer. Bax the designer and the designer graphic team.
So shida vitu kama hizo hata zinaweza ku affect mentally man. Wallahi hiyo ndio inakuanga the big. Ndio maana maybe rapa anafaa kuita. Ukiona unafanya hivyo maana inaweza ku affect.
For the food section, we want to thank
niko sure ameambiwa kwa hivyo yeye ndio ameambiwa
the food partners.
sasa unajua in this case ingekuwa
hivyo lazima tu appreciate hata kwa yeye that's damn. Hiyo ni dominance. Vile bwana nataka kuwa na Mueni kukua. Feel I know.
the level of strength and conditioning they are exposed to, both in terms of technical expertise, exposure and experience that they're talking about. So they did not wake up with this it's a process.
We are hoping to stop. salikuwa nimetulia hapo. Kwa tumechill to mind my own business. Nasikia watu wakiangalia tu makwenu. Like unasikia fiti. Yeah, also like ilikuwa poa kusikia hivyo. Haiko poa. No, walikuwa na analyze game like. Wanasema hata kukompea na apparently pia last weekend ni kama ilikuwa poa. It's too clean. It's too easy, man. It's too freaking easy. Hata put up a fight kama Mueni, man. Wana dominate mbaya. Either the best team so far. You know? Yeah, as in quite tournament. For sure. Mbaya. For sure. Yeah. So kuwa hold first up. Ndio na comment. Kuna convert. Piga huyo! Piga yeye! Wewe magashoga kingeni. Orukuz. Bravo! Bravo chini.
Nani kina nani? Kana bebe nani? Wewe huku. Kana bebe nani? Aba first gram piga shapolo head. Head first gram. Kuna mbio aje hivyo bana. What the secret? What the secret? Salimiwe. Orukuz!
This is Juja Stallions.
Only ile blue and white Buddha. Okay. Kama inacheza bana. Na ngoja hii hapo ishe. Irrelevant games. Up next. Bado. Acha hizo. Baba nani? Public figure. Baba nani? Ukinunapa kando, anachukua Kiamu hivi. Baba nani? Nani hizo somo zitoka. Onyala. Hey! Wewe bwana. Umejionyesha ball. I want to help, but Smile, you're on camera, Onyala, Eskata, Ebungoma. Smile. Lazima umalize. Hata uade. Gracibo, hadi umetumaliza. Ametema ball. Ama ametinga. Onyala, kusabu ngoma no. Onyala kusabu ngoma no. We safari, nakabusiro. Hawaingi. Unapita hadi katika. Pale unaona hapa hii pale. Ya brown wale mchanga hivi. Wewe unabwara hivi unafanya hivi la mashine inaingia. Kwani mko na pesa? Lakini shida yenu ni moja. Naweza kwambia bro. Players wajiamini. No, namwambia hiyo wajiamini. Kwa kitu bali kuna do. Unapoa ule. Abinochi ndio tulikuwa na nyinyi together pale KCB. Ndio ambao ndio jamaa ameshuka line. Msempoa. Safari! Safari! Kiasi! Wewe, safari! Wapeleke hiyo. Nice one. Peleka bendera peleka kamera. Wamekaraja! Jane! Aswana niziguna! Bora tu mwende. Wamekaraja! Wamekaraja! Hakuni show hii ni dabi. Ameamwaje hapa? Adela. Neno umemenipa.
Thank you.
Peleka kwa kamera hapo. Kwa kamera hapo. Kamera. Funika kamera.
Vicky.
Wabe.
Miki mwenye huyo design. Come on. Wacha nikutoe.
Leo jamaa.
Karaja! Wamebaki!
Rango enda tu.
Piga wote.
Enda tu.
Touchdown, Eric.
Wewe kamera hapa, mulika hapa. Wewe mzee kamera unangoja nini?
Hapa.
Mulika huko mafans.
Endo flag ita flag. Kama uwezi wacha. Kama uwezi pita katikati. Kama uwezi achana naye.
Wabeta! Kalbo! Wabe machine!
Watu wa rugby
Wabe! Hiyo flag iende juu kwa kamera. Hii kamera ndio hiyo kamera hata wewe
kamera. Nataka pasi yao. Antoine kamera inamulika wewe
kama sisi wewe jamani Lakini wewe ulikuwa unafanyanga hivi. Ya mdeni nimemwambia kuna siku iko na tani iko na dunia. Kama na mimi niko nikibeba tunakufa naye. Ile sasa. Wewe niongee. Niko nakufa. Usigabe. Ndio mdenge na beba. Yeye nimemwambia bebe. Tunapita huko mbali. Sema, ongea. Shabani unasema ni ile yenye likick. Sema. Twende. Ongea pamoja.
Kutoka Majiko amepoteza. Hao bado ni Yude. Number 1. Wanasema Yude bado ni Yude. Watu wa pesa na watu na
Come on! Amebili. Wakoto wacha kushika kichwa. Wewe unatoka sana bana, wewe.
Nilikuwa nayo pressure
Juja.
Wewe una kidogo unaongea.
Sasa hata nilikuwa nafikiria nini? Hapana.
Hivyo tena. Wamepaka. Wenye kundi bana. Kuendelea na
Sasa unaona amepatia watu.
Wenye kundi unaona kazi ya tije. Sasa una console na huko unapeana
Gwara. Mjinga kama
bana. Unajua kuna ball mingi bana. Lakini pia
ongea tena.
Yes, wakati super DJ mnaweza
Festo.
Atoe namba ya banka. Atoe namba ya banka.
Hakuna mtu amepata super DJ. Hakuna mtu amepata.
Unapata wao ni nani?
Unipiga shot. Alicheza na yoyo.
Wewe, ola, kwani mmechanganyikiwa manini?
sasa ongelea miaka, yeye anaongelea alikuwa chini.
Kwani pule iko na KCB na iko na Ola. Ndio Cubs.
Manyoya ni ya kuku.
Just go.
Manyoya ni ya kuku. Manyoya ni fedha. Ngozi ni nyama. Fani unywele. Wewe nani amekuja sasa? Ai, omeka biko na liga. Hey! Amempelekea hiyo ball. Hajamwambia anatuni. Muda kupoa David tena ninao. Ranko aliwa uboi. Wapi ranko? Njoro. Wanajapika njoro. DJ. Walisha bana. Uwa bana uwa. DJ. Wengine tena. Ndio kwani big mouse DJ. Hata kama iko katini tuna mouse. Kati ya comment na mbele na mimi na boss wa hata mimi naomba bana. Tutamuita kama mtakinya mama. Nataka kuongo bana. Victoria. Angoje na unaingia sasa. Ndio unaingia sasa. Wazi mjiro. Live kanjo. Hai, mimi nimecheki ngwete. Hai, nini hapa tu? Surprise. Mjibile mambo ni live. Hiyo nayo tu. Hata wewe mimi nakwambia hata si kusema mambo mengi. Mimi ningekuwa ndani hiyo hapo. Kitu ya kwanza kwa wa passport. Kitu ya pili wanabeba katikati. Hiyo kwanza inafaa kwa wastoni. Akina filo kitakol katikati. Form. Si tukishika ball kama ni scrum. Tuko na move kama Roger. Who defender au center. Hai! Bita kwani yeye ni mimi? Bita ameduaje? Ndio kwenda home. Sasa hizo. Zieno. Mpaka hii game. Hii game kwa nini? Ni pool. Kwani Cubs like wanaenda na points. So sisi kama tuko na points. Maana tukawa tena kwa zile points. Na ingine ni kwa draw. Kuna ingine Akapi Robin. Dogo amescore. Sio tu sahihi. Na mimi mwenye narudi hapo Unasemaje? Nilikuwa nakushole boss, nilikuwa nakushonda ameka try. Si ndio kusho? Huyo ndio ni hapa kwao. Ndio ameka bidii.
Sawa, wasipige kitu hapo.
Acha ujinga wewe mwasi wewe. Wewe huwezi kuona bonga hivi. Huku kwa mafisi.
Anjo, you are suffering as a team. Hadi pamoja na fans. No, on which side you are. Otherwise.
Ndio ilikuwa game ya kufunga siku.
Kiambiwa nimekuona.
Kama shadows.
You can't park in the car there.
Thank